Hello, hi, welcome in everyone. How's everybody doing? Thanks for joining us today. It's Friday, June 12th, 2026. Don't forget to tap the like, hit the subscribe button. Don't clap. Whatever you do, don't. Oh, come on. Really? That's awesome. You guys are so kind. Appreciate that. How's everybody doing today? We're going to begin, as we normally do, with the Wall Street Journal, the latest out of Iran. The Trump gaslighting continues. They say a deal is imminent. There's no deal, okay? Don't be fooled. The Wall Street Journal reports that the deal with Iran is close, but accord will kickstart toughest phase of talks. Oh, no. Okay. Kids are screaming in the hallway. The U.S., Iran, and the chief mediator, Pakistan, all agreed Friday that a peace deal to end the war was nearly complete, pretty much, though an initial agreement would only kickstart the hardest part of nuclear negotiations over the coming months. I think the hardest part will be the United States acquiescing to all of Iranian demands just to get to a nuclear negotiating table. But I digress. Yeah, back to strikes on Monday then. So, okay, more war. A senior Trump administration official said he was around 80% confident that a deal would be reached in the next few days. It would include an Iranian commitment not to develop or procure a nuclear weapon, and Tehran's promise that it would destroy its stockpile of highly enriched uranium, the official said. The deal will be structured in a way that Iran receives sanctions relief and economic benefits for the steps it takes to wind back its nuclear program. If Iran decommissions its nuclear sites, ends its enrichment program, and stops funding proxy militia groups such as Hezbollah in Lebanon, it could see broad sanctions relief, which would be a boon to the country's beleaguered economy. So a subtle nod to economic terrorism on part of the United States. The signing of an initial agreement would open up a 60-day period during which Iran would open the strait. The U.S. would wind back its blockade of Iran's ports and commerce. During that period, negotiations would be held on a final nuclear deal, and the sanctions relief Tehran would receive under it. The U.S. officials said Iran will receive no money up front under the deal, despite Tehran's insistence that it should receive $24 billion in assets frozen under U.S. sanctions during that period, along with some economic relief up front. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi earlier said a memorandum of understanding has never been closer, while Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif added, "We can confirm that a final, agreed-upon text of the peace deal has been reached." Well, that's not according to Trump, because he said it's fake news now because Iran is negotiating bad faith, if you can believe that. Even though their terms have never changed, Trump is saying that Iran is wishy-washy, going back and forth, being duplicitous tricksters. Sound familiar? Yeah, it's all projection. Iranian officials warned, however, that a final decision hadn't been taken on the deal. "We are in the final stages of reviewing the text of the agreement internally," said Ismail Baghei, who is the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman. The U.S. and Israel attacked Iran on February 28, 39 days of fighting before a ceasefire in April, which never really actually was a ceasefire, but that's what they say. Since then, the truce has been repeatedly tested. This is President Trump here saying the deal with Iran was close. Let's see. See what he has to say.
Open as soon as we sign, which could be soon, very soon, maybe over the weekend, in Europe.
Hello, Lolo. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Mr. President, on Iran, how confident are you that there will be a signing this week?
Why read this idiotic media? Because we practice media literacy here, okay? These are the major news headlines being reported by the major news media, the establishment media. So we have to decode what is actually the truth, and we do that by practicing media literacy.
Can't, because you have come close to sealing a deal, but at the last minute it has fallen apart. And
It'll be soon. maybe this
Thank you, Valentine. I appreciate the gifted membership. You're a gem.
And has the Supreme Leader approved this deal, sir?
I understand the answer is yes.
And when this deal is signed, is the United States going to immediately lift the blockade?
Yes, that's true. That's part of the
And
deal. And
what-
you'll have oil prices dropping like a rock.
Has Iran committed to
Dropping
not
like a rock.
pursuing a nuclear weapon, or will there be more negotiations on that down the
They will
line?
not have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that. There will be no, which is the whole reason, which is a big part of the reason.
Is that
maybe the
going to be in
biggest.
your agreement, sir?
They will not only not have, they will not purchase, develop in any way, any shape, in any way, shape, or form a nuclear weapon. They will not have a nuclear weapon.
Mr.
It
President,
is torture, Saeed, but we must not avert our eyes from the spectacle.
Mr. President, on that, you have said before
It's just another minute of this nonsense, I swear, and then we're going to be done with it.
that Iran and the United States were close to a deal. It has not happened yet. Why are you so convinced that this time is different?
Because they've taken a pounding. They've taken a pounding like very few people could take. And they want to make the deal a lot more than I do. And we could have had it done the other way, I guess, but it would have taken longer. They got hit very hard
Well, it has
recently,
taken longer.
as you know.
Because you have
And
been
I don't
doing
like
it
to
the
have to
other
do
way.
things that way, but I felt it was necessary. It's a great deal for the United States and for the Middle East, and I think ultimately great for Iran because they'll be able to build up their country and other country. I really believe it's a
Well, think about how Israel is going to receive these words. Oh, Iran's going to have a chance to build up its country, huh?
regime change because I find these people
Time to bomb Lebanon.
to be much more rational than the people that are no longer with us.
I don't see how this will ever be a deal because Israel will always attack Lebanon. And baked into this deal, according to the Iranians, is that Israel stop attacking Lebanon and Palestine. So there's just an impasse there. There's no way that Israel's going to stop this.
knocked out the first team of leadership, the second team of leadership.
I don't think there will ever be a deal so long as Israel is in existence.
There's a different group. There's a different level, and I think it's frankly a smarter level, and it's a level that has reason. And they've all approved the deal. Everybody's approved the deal.
Everybody's approved the deal.
Now
huh?
we'll get it finished up, and hopefully that'll be done.
Well, if they've already approved the deal, then what is there to finish up? I want to take a look because Trump on Truth Social. Let's see. He said something about like how the Iranians are being duplicitous, like even after that press conference. Let's see if I can find it. I haven't read it yet, but I heard about it. See, there he reposts Arakchi, and Arakchi saying, we've never been as close as we are now with this memorandum of understanding. Here it is. It says, the terms that Iran leaked out to the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to in writing. What they said, including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. Very dishonorable people to deal with. With them, there is no such thing as dealing in good faith. Imagine that. President Trump is telling us that the Iranians are not dealing in good faith, even though we know we've seen him time and time again backstab the Iranians while they're peacefully negotiating. And what happens? Trump orders an airstrike, or he assassinates their leader, etc., etc. Israel does the same kinds of things. We all know that the Israelis and the Americans are the bad faith negotiators, which is an example of a war crime, by the way. It's perfidious. The act of perfidy is a war crime. But what's something I think we should highlight here is that the Iranian prerequisites for a deal have never changed, not once. They've always maintained their initiative and their demands. So it just doesn't, what he's saying doesn't comport with the historical record here, the track record between the Iranians and the Americans. And so, obviously he's lying. Also, he says their totally rebuffed drone attack last night against Indian ships leaving the Hormuz Strait is totally unacceptable. But what is he talking about? We have reports that the United States military struck an Indian ship, killing 3 sailors. We basically committed an act of war against India as well. And then we congratulated their president, Modi, as being the longest-serving prime minister. And Modi was like, thank you, America. Such cuckery, such vassalry. Let's see, this is... Okay, that's a pin. So this is from a day ago. He just pinned that tweet, so that makes sense. All right, let's go now back to this article, finish it up. President Trump has said nearly 40 times that the two countries were close to a deal. Some U.S. and Middle Eastern officials have become skeptical of the repeated claims. You think? They assess that Tehran hasn't yet given up its core nuclear ambitions. But the Trump admin felt it was in a stronger negotiating position this time because Iran's control of the strait is weakened, and more oil has been able to move through the waterway in recent weeks. Well, that's according to the Trump administration. If you're just joining us, we're reading through the main headline of today about the Trump-Iranian deal that is not a deal. And then we're going to move to Twitter. We're going to cover the Twitter slop, of course, then move to the Discord and take a look at your links that you provided for the stream. Don't forget to tap the like and subscribe. Thank you very much. The president also personally tweaked the language regarding the Iranian commitment to destroy and dispose of the enriched material, according to the official. The past 24 hours were an all-hands-on-deck situation, according to the official, who described the president being in close touch with members of his senior team. For the White House, an agreement would end a period in which Trump has repeatedly threatened to resume attacks on Iran, but has generally pulled back to allow more time for talks. The U.S. officials have said that the president was deeply frustrated by the slow negotiations, but didn't want to resume the fighting. The White House had initially sought an agreement that would permanently end Iran's nuclear activities, rein in its ballistic missile program, and end its support for pro-Iranian militia. The U.S. official said Tehran will win broader economic benefits if it takes steps toward all those goals. So if they turn over the nuclear material as promised, they'll get something. If they dismantle their nuclear programs or their nuclear facilities, they'll get something else, the person said. If they, really commit to regional peace and stability, they'll get additional things on top of that. Iran's security and military circles centered on the IRGC had yet to sign off on the preliminary deal to wind down the war. They said the draft was still being reviewed by Iran's hardline security officials, a group more concerned with reestablishing deterrence and denying the U.S. and Israel a victory than with ending the war. That shadowy process is poorly understood and has undermined progress in the past. Different groups of mediators are dealing with the diplomatic channel and the Revolutionary Guard channel. Speaking to Iranian state media on Friday, Araghchi underscored the challenges still facing the negotiating teams. The nuclear issue has been postponed to the final agreement, he said. The negotiations are two-stage. The nuclear demands of the U.S. at this stage were in no way acceptable to us. Trump on Friday expressed frustration, accusing Iran of dishonesty. With them, there is no such thing as dealing in good faith. We just read that tweet. They better get their act together and fast, he says. Trump's announcement that we just made a great settlement of the war and that the deal had been approved by Iran's top leadership, including Mojtaba Khamenei, roiled markets and politics in the region Thursday. Just hours earlier, the president had threatened a new round of attacks on Iran and suggested the United States might invade Kark Island, Iran's oil hub. Regional leaders eager to stop another round of escalation in the Persian Gulf phoned Trump on Thursday. I think we understand that's Pakistan. And pressed him to call off the attacks, saying a deal was close at hand as long as he stopped the strikes and held off on social media. They were shocked when Trump suddenly announced a deal had been done, they said. Countries that have been mediating the talks didn't confirm Trump's optimism in their formal comments. Qatar, a mediator, acknowledged progress in the talks but said they were continuing. Egypt thanked the president for calling off the strikes he had just threatened hours earlier and said it hoped the combatants would seize the opening to strike a deal. Pakistan welcomed the progress. The lobbying effort to head off new U.S. strikes was reported earlier by Politico. The White House didn't immediately reply to a request for comment. Israel had been expecting another round of strikes and was also caught by surprise by Trump's announcement that a deal was close, a person familiar with the matter said. Defense Minister Israel Katz said the country might need to act independently against Iran in the future and said it wouldn't pull out of Lebanon where it is fighting a war with Hezbollah that Iran once ended as a part of the deal with the United States. The U.S. administration official said the deal would cover the whole region, including a ceasefire in Lebanon. However, the person said Israel would retain the right to respond to any attack. A lot of back and forth. As you see, more treachery afoot. We're going to run through a few more articles, and then we'll get to the more fun part, I guess. Can he be any more of an asshole? I don't think so. It's just his nature. So Larry Johnson's making a joke here. He's got a bit. He's got whiplash. He says he needs a personal injury attorney. He's going to sue Donald Trump for whiplash. At 9 a.m. in the morning, Donald Trump doubled down on his threat the previous night to bomb the shit out of Iran by vowing to launch a new round of bigger, harder attacks on Iran. Then, at 1:33 p.m., he slammed on the brakes, which launched my head forward against my keyboard, and announced there would be no violence because a deal is at hand. Ouch, my aching neck. This marks the 39th time in the last 3 months that Trump has announced the pending success of negotiations with Iran, only to result in another failed promise. This is a forever war, says Chris Klaus. Certainly is shaping up to be, right? Let's compare and contrast what Trump claimed and what Iran actually said, folks. The day began with Trump posting on Truth Social that the U.S. would be hitting Iran very hard tonight, threatening to seize Iran's oil infrastructure, including Kark Island. 5 hours later, he performed another verbal backflip worthy of an Olympic gold medal for gymnastics. Speaking in the Oval Office, Trump told reporters that the U.S. and Iran had essentially reached a settlement. We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents we should get done over the next few days and probably have a signing maybe in Europe. Then he posted on Truth Social, based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as president of the U.S., canceled the scheduled strikes. He added that the naval blockade would remain in full force. Trump also claimed the Strait of Hormuz will officially open the moment a deal is signed and affirmed that the U.S. will lift its blockade. He indicated he would not personally attend the signing, but J.D. Vance and other officials would go. Tehran wasted no time raining on Trump's framing of the negotiations. Iran denied any movement toward a longer-term agreement. Ismail Bagay said reports of a finalized agreement with the U.S. are speculation and stressed that nothing has been finalized. He added that much of the draft text had already been completed, but that Americans kept changing their positions. That sounds like the Iranians are accusing the Americans of being bad faith actors, while emphasizing that Iran does not compromise on what it has defined as its red lines. That's true. They've never compromised. They've never backtracked from their position. There are 5 red lines. Remove sanctions. Let's review, chat. The 5 red lines are, for Iran, remove sanctions, unfreeze frozen assets, lift the blockade, recognize Iran's control of the strait, and end Israel's attacks on Lebanon and Palestine. Iran is not going to budge on these, and neither will Israel, by the way. Iran's position has been consistent since the start of the war on the 28th of February, contesting Trump's characterization of the state of talks, even as both sides continue indirect communications through intermediaries like Pakistan. As recently as a week earlier, Iranian state-affiliated media had reported that Iranian negotiators would stop exchanging messages with the United States and move to fully close the strait in retaliation for ceasefire violations, conditioning any dialogue on Israel fully withdrawing from occupied areas in Lebanon and halting all attacks. Begay confirmed that Qatar and Pakistan remain active mediators, while warning that the U.S. actions are affecting the diplomatic process, stating that the situation in the Strait of Hormuz has become more insecure due to Washington's actions. One sign of hope as Thursday ended and Friday morning in Iran began. There were no more U.S. strikes on the targets in the Strait of Hormuz. Let's see if that lasts another day. Donald Trump has the power to end the violence by cutting off all support to Israel and demanding it leave Lebanon. So, are we expecting another weekend warrior phase of this conflict? Seems likely, given everything that we know. If the Israelis stop the bombing and killing, I think it is highly likely that Hezbollah will embrace the ceasefire. All right, one last article from Alistair Crook from today. He says Professor Michael Hudson, who is an amazing economist, an actual Marxist economist, can't speak highly enough. I can't overdo it with Michael Hudson. He's brilliant. Professor Michael Hudson, in a recent discussion, takes issue with those who speak today of the decline of the U.S. hegemon. A decline implies something that goes up and down, Hudson says, but it always recovers. However, there's never been any such thing statistically as a cycle. There is no decline. It's a crash. We're seeing the ending of an era, not a decline, but an abrupt change. And this change is not stemming from without. The ending of the American power did not result from any foreign civil war or other war against American dominance. The end came from the United States itself in trying to juxtapose its interest as hegemon against that of every other country. Paradoxically, Professor Hudson says, every move taken to escape U.S. decline has become the mechanism that delivers it. That's a brilliant way of putting it. The U.S. went to war to reassert dominance and proved it could no longer dominate. It waged 40 years of maximum pressure to break Iran and instead forged the very adversary that is now facing down U.S. domination. Ditto that for China as well. The Americans created the competent contradiction that is China. China realized how to organize its country to antagonize the United States, to defend itself, essentially, and same with Iran. In order to preserve America's power, President Trump turned to trying to impose a series of choke points on the entire world economy through controlling oil because everybody needs it, Hudson says. That Trump went to war on Iran, on Russia, and instituted the attempted chokehold on China, however, does not in itself constitute the full matrix of American power preservation. That matrix is much broader. But oil is one of its principal dimensions, as is the connected dollar hegemony. Trump clearly wants to consolidate global energy control in order for the U.S. to determine who may have access to energy and those whose energy supply will be squeezed to constrain competition potential, i.e. China. On the other hand, suppliers of fuel, such as Russia, are sanctioned precisely to try to limit those to whom Russian oil and gas may be supplied. Client states of the imperial power, i.e. Europe, seem surprisingly content to act as the U.S. energy stranglehold enforcer, transforming itself into a prolific sanctions issuer in its own right. The other facets, aside from oil dominance, to America's attempt to establish a chokehold over the rest of the world economies are firstly the tariff policy, by which Trump had hoped to use the threat of economically disruptive tariffs to coerce pliable states to lend allegiance to Washington, to acquiesce to U.S. policy alignment, and to provide America with the raw materials that it needs in return for admission to the Washington Insider Network, also known as America's client states. He continues, in effect, there are two Washington insider networks. One is consisting of Trump, his family, and extended business partners, and the other being that of Trump's overseas protégés, the Gulf states, etc. The tariff policy is effectively a polite way to say we will use tariffs or an energy squeeze or a financial squeeze to create disruption to your economies unless you agree to join the U.S.-led network. These are Cold War policies that have prevailed, obviously, for the duration of the Cold War, but we are still pretending like the Cold War is in the 1950 stage. You know, these policies don't work anymore. Neither tariff nor energy choke policies have been without their setbacks, however, not least because Iran has refused to comply and continues to provide oil to China and other Iranian allies. So, the new leg to the stranglehold policy is the Pax Silica initiative. Arnaud Bertrand explains that the Trump admin has spelt out its syndicate purpose explicitly. I've never heard of Pax Silica. But here we are to learn. Countries sign up, align their supply chains with Washington, shut out China, politely referred to as those engaging in non-market practices and unfair dumping. I just took an unfair dump and never mind. Never mind. That was a low-hanging fruit. Thank you, Sealed, for following here on Twitch. And in exchange, they get access to the imperial technological ecosystem. So that's probably, you know, silica, you think Silicon Valley, you think microchips, you think high-tech economy. So and that is what that is in reference to. Lest there be any ambiguity, under Secretary of State Jacob Hellberg. Hellberg? What in the Hellberg are we doing here? He's an ex-Palantir guy who is the architect behind the initiative. He spells it out clearly. Whoever controls compute and the minerals that feed it will run the 21st century. Okay, so China, right? They have the rare earth minerals. Not only do they have the rare earth minerals, but they have the infrastructure to, very importantly, very significantly, refine those minerals. Because if you can't refine them, you can't use them. And it's a very delicate supply chain, very intricate, and you know, China has basically a monopoly on that, from what I understand. So he says he wants to form a group of aligned countries around Washington in a new economic security consensus to make sure they're the ones who do. Continuing on, I think this is a pretty good article. I'm learning a lot. I hope you are too. Trump's Make America Great Again war, therefore, has worldwide implications. The world cannot simply return to the way it was before. Wall Street and the markets seem to believe that this is likely and even inevitable. They can envision no different future, but the rest of the world sees the Iran war as making a systemic change to a new era, precisely because fossil fuels, fertilizer, and other allied products are the components that make the world tick. The Iran war will prompt greater recognition throughout the world that countries need at minimum food self-sufficiency to save themselves from U.S. weaponization of foreign trade in food, oil, fertilizer, and in just about anything that the U.S. can create a choke point for and weaponize. It's true. They've weaponized every commodity in the global economy, and the main foreign policy objective when you are a U.S. Hegemon, when you're the global superpower, is to make the rest of the world food dependent, oil dependent, fertilizer dependent on the hegemon. But that, you know, that world doesn't exist anymore. Like we're saying, it's a multipolar world now. I remember prospecting this in like 2020, 2021, and here we are 5 years later, and it's precipitously accelerating, you know? I never would have thought it would have happened so quickly, but then enter Donald Trump, right? This implies a return to self-circulating, self-sufficient economies in contrast to the World Bank export-led, debt-financed model. Andrei Bertsrikov, I butchered that, professor at the Russian University MGIMO and a former SVR intelligence officer, specifically addressed the challenges of a changing world at the St. Petersburg Forum on the 3rd of June, 2026. And though he cast his comments in the context of Russia, his remarks apply across the world. In his speech, Bertsrikov argued that Russia has entered a new, prolonged global confrontation with the West. According to him, this conflict represents a fundamental shift in the nature of warfare that will define Russian policy and society for the foreseeable future. Bertsrikov emphasized that the current military struggle is not primarily about capturing territory, which he described as having lost much of its traditional value. Instead, it is a war of attrition focused on undermining critical systems, including infrastructure, command networks, technology, space assets, biological security, and the information domain. The West's strategy in this war is very simple. Avoid nuclear collision with us, from which they will emerge as losers. Therefore, they boil the frog on a slow fire. It's a good metaphor. He warned that Russia should expect to remain in a state of war for many years, possibly 20 to 30 years. During this period, Russia must learn to coexist with the reality of war, whilst continuing its economic development. A central theme of his speech was sharp criticism of Russia's current approach. Betsrikov argued that the country has been too lenient towards its adversaries. We are slow. We allow our enemies too much. That might be true, actually. I would kind of agree with him. They don't fear us because many red lines that we talked about remained only on paper. To adapt to this new reality, Betsrikov called for a fundamental restructuring of the state and the economy. He urged that the creation of a dual-purpose system capable of pursuing both development and long-term defense. Critical infrastructure such as data centers, oil storage facilities, and communication hubs must be buried underground or protected to the same standards as nuclear power plants. So the Hamas treatment. So Russia is Hamas. He also stressed that the need to close the gap between the military and civilian society and to adopt more assertive policies. Russia cannot expect a quick return to peacetime conditions and must therefore reorganize society, economy, and strategy accordingly. Betsrikov's speech has drawn much attention for its tone and for its call for Russia to psychologically and structurally adapt to a generational-long era of confrontation, a theme already addressed at length by Professor Sergei Karaganov. What these two contributions represent is a changing world, trying to restructure itself in wake of the aggressive face of a declining U.S. hegemon. It's like the U.S. and Israel are both in their imminent extinction burst. So they're lashing out, right? They're doubling down on policies that have failed, but it's the ones that, that have maintained their power and entrenched their power for so long. But like we said, it's not that world anymore. So it's like when you're at the vending machine and you put your dollar in to get your drink and you push the button and nothing happens. And so what do? You just keep pushing that button because you get angry. It's the only thing you know how to do. And pretty soon the machine just completely breaks and you never get your drink. That's sort of the metaphor, I would say, for the United States. They're trying so hard to maintain their power, but it's not working. It's not working, and it's precipitating their demise. What these two contributions represent is a changing world trying to restructure itself in the wake of the aggressive face of a declining U.S. hegemon, and looking around for how both to insulate their economies from U.S. tariffs, energy, technology, and dollar attack on the rest of the world, and concomitantly, it's always a good word, to adapt to the new era of asymmetric geopolitical war that the Iran war has espoused. Professor Hudson concludes, Iran is fighting for a way of life against people who want to deny them of the ability to make their own future. Sound familiar? This is what the fight is all about. And it is ultimately a moral fight that finds itself translated into an economic fight and a trade fight and is leading to this global split. It is this moral civilizational way of being, this moral civilizational way of being versus the radical Trumpian U.S. materialist void that will likely come to define our era's civil and global wars. And that's the latest from the Conflicts Forum. In other news, we have SpaceX offering its IPO today, making Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire. Everybody, we did it. We made our first trillionaire in America. Please clap. There's so many dick-riding bootlickers on Twitter saying, I'm so happy for Elon. Well done, Elon. He's the world's first trillionaire. The shares in SpaceX soared 19% Friday as Elon Musk's rocket maker pulled off the largest initial public offering ever and one of the smoothest in recent history. This is what happens when you sponsor an election for to the tune of $200 million. You can engineer government policy. You can use the government as your nanny state, as your government insurance policy to bankroll your business ventures. And here we are, seeing Elon Musk riding off the coattails of public money once again. The company, valued at $1.77 trillion when it sold $75 billion worth of shares a day earlier, ended its first day of trading with a market value of $2.1 trillion, putting it ahead of Broadcom and Tesla to make it the sixth most valuable public company in the U.S. Now, I think that Iran could do a really funny thing, that they've threatened striking the Starlink terminals of Elon Musk that are located in the Gulf Coast. So, Iran, you know what to do. Let's get that share price down. The offering handed long-standing SpaceX investors and employees billions in collective gains and turned Musk into the world's first trillionaire. It was powered by an army of individual investors who bought into Musk's moonshot vision of putting data centers in space to support the rise of artificial intelligence. Ahead of the debut, some on Wall Street wondered whether the financial system's machinery would support the sheer size of the offering and whether investors would show up en masse for an unprofitable venture that sees much of its future revenue coming not from its space or internet businesses, but rather from its nascent AI unit. Corporate governance advocates criticized Musk for controlling more than 80% of the company's voting rights, which makes it all but impossible to fire him or make other big changes without his support, and called for halting or boycotting the offering. In the end, the IPO went about as well as it could. Shares trading under the ticker SPCX opened on the NASDAQ a little before noon, 11% above the IPO price of $135. They hovered about 20 to 30% above it for much of the day, which is the first day pop bankers pricing IPOs typically target, and closed at $160.95. The nearly 24 banks involved in the offering will now enjoy slices of the roughly $500 million offering fee that many spent years pursuing.
SpaceX couldn't have scripted a better initial public offering, and if you look at this chart, you'll see why. Ahead of the biggest IPO in history, some on Wall Street were worried about big trading swings or trading pauses, but none of that happened. SpaceX's IPO price was set at $135 a share. It opened for trading a little before noon on Friday, and quickly shot up to about $170 a share. And it held pretty steady throughout the day. Bankers typically want to see IPOs trade up around 20% to 30% on their first day of trading, and SpaceX is right around that range. One thing SpaceX has going for it is it has huge name brand recognition. The company also sold a substantial portion of its shares to individual investors. A lot of people are watching SpaceX's IPO intently. That's because it's one of a few mega IPOs that are expected to go in 2026. Next up are OpenAI and Anthropic. SpaceX's smooth opening and trading tells us that the market can handle big IPOs. Above all, people showed up and invested in SpaceX on Friday. OpenAI and Anthropic and their underwriters are hoping that people show the same enthusiasm for those stocks when they go public.
So the offering is a good omen for SpaceX's AI-focused rivals, Anthropic and OpenAI, as you just heard, both of which recently filed paperwork that sets them up to stage similarly mega-size offerings later this year. The IPO drew heavy demand from big institutional investors such as, ding, 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 BlackRock, of course, but also individuals who, in many cases, didn't get anywhere near the number of shares they requested through brokerages. Pierre Luigi, not to be confused with Luigi D'Amore, 29 years old, said he got one of the 10 shares he requested, even though he described the valuation as a little over the top. He plans to buy more. I don't think it's going to matter in 10 or 20 years, he added. You've got to think long term. Meanwhile, some analysts struggle to comprehend SpaceX's ballooning valuation. That would be me, because I'm an analyst. The revenue growth it would need to achieve to back up the valuation is borderline comical, said a senior analyst. SpaceX entered a market that had been whipsawed by uncertainty over the Middle East conflict and on edge about whether an AI-fueled stock surge went too far in some corners. So the bubble is expanding, but the bubble will burst. On Friday, signs of progress on a peace deal helped drive indexes back toward records. That's probably why these things were announced, right, by Trump. With the Dow Jones, think about the Dow, guys. The Dow has added 0.7% and the NASDAQ 0.3%. That's awesome. SpaceX's fast-track inclusion in some indexes, such as the NASDAQ 100, will mean investment funds tracking those benchmarks will scoop up its shares in the coming days. For Musk, the offering was the finish line of a sprint that began last year after founding SpaceX in 2002 with proceeds from the sale of the internet company PayPal. Musk showed little interest in taking SpaceX public as it slowly grew to become one of the world's most valuable private companies. But that all changed in the middle of last year as the AI race heated up and Musk realized SpaceX would need large amounts of capital for its ambitious plans. He also saw the IPO as a way for his fledgling AI company XAI to catch up with rivals. SpaceX acquired XAI earlier this year after XAI had acquired his social media platform X. They're consolidating, right? This is why we need antitrust laws. Not that that is going to solve anything, of course. Really. As SpaceX executives, including President Gwynne Shotwell and Chief Financial Officer Brett Johnson, rang the opening bell Friday at the NASDAQ, Musk joined by video from Starbase, the newly incorporated company town. Yes, there's company towns, of course, where SpaceX is based. Surrounded by his employees after the market closed, the Times Square ball that drops each New Year's Eve instead rose to mark the occasion. Gross. And was lighted in orangish red colors to represent Mars. Two people donned astronaut suits. My God, we are in Babylonian times, folks. J.P. Morgan Chase was hosting a party Friday evening at its Midtown Manhattan headquarters, which was to be lit up with a SpaceX light display after dusk. Yay! Yay for the Dow, yay for SpaceX, yay for BlackRock. And boo for all of us. SpaceX struggled in its early days. Its first 3 rocket launch attempts failed, and the company nearly went bankrupt. A big break happened in 2008 when NASA awarded it a major deal to transport cargo to the International Space Station. Of course, that's the only reason that SpaceX is viable and it's still a company, because of government contracts, because of government money. That's called the state corporate complex, folks. In the years that followed, SpaceX demonstrated the power of rocket reusability with its Falcon 9 vehicles. Blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. The U.S. government is SpaceX's largest single client, with revenue from the government totaling $4 billion in 2025. Yeah, that might have something to do with the fact that they're able to, go public and, keep growing in share price, and expected to sharply climb over the next few years. The notoriously private company detailed its finances for the first time when it unveiled its IPO paperwork in May. This is a fucking long article. We're almost done, though. SpaceX lost $4.9 billion last year on a revenue of $18.7 billion, and the losses widened in the first quarter. The company has 3 units. The space business had $4.1 billion in revenue last year and about $657 million in losses. Its Starlink satellite internet business pulled in $11 billion in revenue and turned a profit. Meanwhile, XAI had $3.2 billion in revenue and $6.4 billion in losses. That's right. All these AI pet projects, they're losing money. SpaceX touted in the filing that it sees a total addressable market, a business term for potential revenue opportunities. It's like the entire market is based on speculation, That's why Elon Musk is able to accrue all this money, because he's a great speculator. He's a great hype man for the future, even though he never follows through. He never comes through. That's why there's literal websites devoted to a list of all of Elon Musk's broken promises and failed experiments. So it's like there's nothing really propping this up except for hype. That's why it's a bubble, because AI is not delivering anything of value. There's nothing real, intrinsically valuable that's happening. The AI business is in need of major investments to develop the huge orbital data center network that aims to provide computing resources SpaceX could use itself and sell to other AI companies. The project depends on technologies that haven't been fully proven yet, including its new Starship rocket. While Musk plots out his plans for AI in space, the action now is on the ground. He spent billions of dollars to erect a supercomputing complex in Memphis. Yes, and impoverishing further more impoverished communities and making them sick with cancer and the like, to support the company's Grok AI assistant. But Grok has struggled to catch up with the competition, leaving it with excess computing capacity, some of which it recently rented out to competitors to create a stream of billions of dollars in revenue almost overnight. But it has also raised questions about xAI's ability to win at AI and whether Musk is ceding ground to the competition. All right, so there's the full article from the Wall Street Journal about Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire today. Now let's move to our Goyslop on the Twitter feed. If you're just joining us, we're going to go through all the top headlines on Twitter as we do, and I hope you tap that like and hit subscribe, help the channel grow. That's very appreciated here. So here is that tweet we were talking about earlier. Dr. Aragchi is being retweeted by Donald Trump. President Trump reposts an X post from Iranian Foreign Minister Aragchi saying a deal to end the war has never been closer. Of course, we know afterwards he said that the Iranians are bad faith and the deal is off. Here's a woman cutting down the Israeli flag from a bar's banner. Someone buy this girl a drink.
We better take down the Israeli flag in this bar. Right?
Much applause. It's probably, it's a utility. The bar was probably out of toilet paper. She had to go use the bathroom. So, problem solved, right? Here is a new video from Power to the People reacting to Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire.
So yesterday I made a video on how billionaires' wealth has tripled in the last 15 years. Well, billionaires' wealth is growing so fast that yesterday when I made the video, Elon Musk was a billionaire worth something like $800 billion.
A multi-billionaire.
Well, today he's no longer a billionaire, ladies and gentlemen. We now have the world's first trillionaire. Yay! Give it up for capitalism, folks. We produced the world's first trillionaire before we were able to guarantee healthcare to everyone in this country.
It's just human
before
nature.
We were able to house the homeless. Before we were able to have real public transportation through our...
The fact that there's one person with $1 trillion and then there's the rest of there's like mass starvation happening. There's genocide. There's a homelessness crisis. It's a despicable world. And, everything that happens is not happening in isolation. You can't understand one thing without understanding a whole other slew of other facts that inform that one event, one phenomena. And so when you talk about Elon Musk being a trillionaire, you have to also consider the mass poverty of the world, the global disparity between the mega wealthy and the impoverished.
Cities. Right? Before we were able to guarantee...
And there's a causal link is also the point that I'm trying to make. There's a causal link between one person hoarding wealth to such a degree, an unfathomable, ungodly amount of money, $1 trillion. Of course, Elon Musk will tell us that that's not really like sitting in a bank account. Those are just like stock options and they don't really actually exist. So he's really not a trillionaire. But when it's time for him to fund, his whatever, his mega yacht or his new rocket or if he wants to buy Twitter, suddenly all that money is actually very real. It's just when it comes time to tax these people, that's when they say, well, that's just on paper. That's not just sitting in a bank account for me.
A college education to everyone. This is where we are. This is what capitalism has produced. It's not profitable to house the homeless, to guarantee healthcare to everyone, to guarantee everyone has a great education. But it is profitable for these corporations to funnel as much wealth as humanly possible up to their rich shareholders and up to one man. It's absurd. And I hope this is the wake-up call that we need. But, I don't think it will be, because they've succeeded in dividing us. And that is really how they control the population. Divide and conquer, baby. It is the oldest strategy in the ruling class's playbook. And they've got people convinced that, oh, the red corporate party will save me. No, the blue corporate party will save me. And it's just so blatantly obvious that, hello, Neither party will save us because they both represent the giant corporations and the billionaire class, which now we have to call it the trillionaire class. This is insanity, folks. Enough is enough. Stop fighting against your neighbors. Stop fighting against your
Please.
fellow working class proletariat, and start directing the animus and the energy on where it belongs and fighting back against both of these corrupt parties who rig the system against us and for their billionaire donors and now trillionaire donors. Ah!
At the very least, we could animate ourselves with the truth, right? Duopoly Destroyer says the fact that this can even be a headline, unironically, while millions of Americans are struggling and starving every day, knowing those same Americans are funding this SpaceX bullshit, is absolutely insane. And something like 70% of Americans can't afford a minimal quality of life, by the way. Bernie Sanders has some words for Elon Musk. He says Elon Musk's rise to trillionaire status is not a time to celebrate. It's a call to action to take on the unprecedented income and wealth inequality that now exists and the greed and the power of a ruling class that is destroying the social fabric of America. Our democracy cannot survive when one man who contributed $290 million to get Trump elected becomes $700 billion richer since Trump's election. The two go hand in hand. I mean, there's a causal link. I love that phrase. There's a causal link between Elon's donation to the Trump campaign of $290 million and now his estimated net worth of $1.1 trillion. Our economy cannot sustain itself when one man owns more wealth than the bottom half of our society, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, when we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major nation, and when our kids will have a lower standard of living than their parents. This is not just about wealth, it's about power. Musk and his fellow oligarchs want it all. Together we must fight back. We can and must create an economy and a government that works for all of us, not just Elon Musk and his fellow billionaires. But then again, he'll carry water for the Israelis and the Zionist lobby, which perpetuates these policies. So I don't know what to make of Bernie Sanders. He's a very good lip service rhetorician. Other than that, he's utterly useless. Here's a clip of Mike Huckabee. Cuckabee. Cuckabitch. Cuckabeebe. He's cuck to BB. Mike Huckabee says Israel is successful not because of military, not because of economics, not because of politics. You know why Israel is a success? Because God. That's why. A U.S. politician is invoking God to justify Americans' support of a foreign country. Pretty insane. Huckabee is not representing American interests. He's representing his own theology. Well, he's representing his own economic interests. Let's say that he's thinking about his own enrichment. Theology is just a useful justification, a useful legitimation of these policies, of course, which enrich him. If it wasn't enriching him, he wouldn't be professing this shit. You know, that's the main point here.
It is astonishing that a tiny little country of 10 million
people... He said tiny.
...outpunches its weight over and over again when it is threatened with its existence by those who have 10 times the population, many more times the military budget, and yet it doesn't just survive, it thrives. So is that what the...
I didn't say legitimization, I said legitimation. And that is a word. Look it up. Bitch.
secret is?
Sorry for yelling.
And I would say to you, no, it's none of that. The secret is that 3,800 years ago, God told Abraham,
oh my God. Wow.
I'm going to create a people.
3,800 years ago now.
And you're it.
I'm gonna create a people and you're it. This is why we say, like, baked into the religion of Judaism is a national project. That was their whole stated objective for banding together as this so-called homogenous group of Jewish people, right? It's because God chose them for an assignment. What is the assignment? The assignment is to establish a nation. When you establish a nation in the material world, it is inherently political. It is not religious anymore. It's a political project, and that's what Judaism is, and that was baked into it from its inception. And that's what they're telling us, okay? I don't think that there's anything good that comes from a supremacist ideology like Judaism. Oh, we're the chosen ones. We're better than, I mean, that's crazy. That's what, didn't we vilify the Nazis for this? Supremacism, right? That has no place in the world where we're going. Oh, I'm trying to relax, but it's tough.
I'm going to put you in a place, and this is it. And this is going to be your...
Man, God must hate the Jews then. That's all I can say, because look what happened. He gave them their promised land, and, what are they doing? They're fleeing in droves. They're being bombed incessantly. They're starting wars with all their neighbors. They're not safe. And that was the whole idea, was to establish a safe place for the Jews. Well, they failed.
Your place, and I'm going to give you a purpose, and you're going to fulfill it. And it doesn't matter who rises up.
Remember when we used to say that in America we pride ourselves on separation of church and state? That was like an Enlightenment ideal, right? That's what we champion here. And apparently, the birth of the country of the United States of America was born out of the Enlightenment, the Enlightenment period in the 1700s, the 18th century.
Against the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And it does not matter how dark sometimes the night may get.
It doesn't matter how many children we have to kill.
Because as it says in the Psalms, joy comes in the morning.
And you can hear the same argument being made in Euphoria, the new season of Euphoria. If you watch that, you'll see little subtle comments being made by the characters that say, well, the Jews had to do some barbaric shit, but it was justified back in the Old Testament because of this, that, and the other. And that's why we need to give Israel a free pass here, all right?
And we are living in a land that is able to exceed what it should be able to do, whether it's the military, the economy,
yeah, the desert isn't hot enough for the Zionists. They need to go somewhere hotter, I think. I think we all know where that is.
Diplomacy, agriculture, technology, and the reason is none of those things.
It's just
the reason is because God Almighty put his hand on the land, and because God himself has said.
God Almighty put his hand on their foreskin and said, you don't need this. All your foreskin belong to me now, says God.
This is how you will know that I am God. And I believe we see it from the Bible.
Show us your foreskin, Mike Huckabee. I don't believe you. J.D. Vance says, I'm seeing a lot of fake information about a potential deal to reopen the strait and end Iran's nuclear weapons program. First, the Iranians are not receiving any cash. No funds are being released for simply... Don't worry, guys. We're winning this war. We're hardlining against the Iranians. Stop saying that we lost. It's fake news. The deal is structured to ensure that the U.S. and its allies' concerns are prioritized. Totally. If Trump agrees to this deal with Iran, he looks like a bitch, to the Zionists, and if he goes forward with the war against Iran, he looks like a bitch to everyone else. Either way, he's a bitch. I think that's the point here. If the Islamic Republic of Iran meets its obligations, then economic benefits will flow to them and to the entire region, blah, blah, blah. I've noticed a couple of bizarre things in the reporting of the last few hours. First, people who rightly said Donald Trump was a historic president a month ago now criticizing a deal based on unconfirmed media reports. Second, people who say you can't trust a word said by the IRGC who apparently believe anonymously sourced social media posts. The president is going to get us a good outcome one way or the other. Sure thing, JD. Okay, Russell Brand has a comment about Jerry Seinfeld saying that Palestine doesn't.
What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free Palestine.
It doesn't exist.
Whatever you think about the complex issue of Israel and Palestine,
I don't think of it as a complex issue there, Russell Brand. It's like, whatever you think about the complex issue that was Ted Bundy's trial. No, I don't think that was complex. Whatever you think about, the complex issue that was between, the Nazis and the Jews. Look, whatever you think about, slaves and their owners and the conflict that ensued, you have to understand that the slave owners have a right to defend themselves.
note that we are all now living in a kind of matrix world where everyone is an agent, everyone's in the media, everybody's making content, everyone's filming you. There's a famous person.
That's beautiful, actually, because now we actually are the media. We can counter legacy media, establishment media, and their Zionist talking points.
You used to once have to worry about paparazzi. Now the world is paparazzi. It's a weird experience if you've never had it. They're kind of like locusts crawling around you. They're a
I
dark.
think it's weird that you admitted to having sex with a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old or something like that.
Force.
That's
Tell
more
you
weird.
that.
And people notice that, and then you're attacking them for noticing?
It's not for the benefit of our kind that everyone is recording each other all of the time and trying to trip each other up, and that every other news.
Won't someone please think of the Zionist millionaires? Russell Brand, Jerry Seinfeld. They're the real victims. The public is the aggressors here.
Is a murder or a stabbing, someone filming some brutality, or a complex geopolitical historical story that includes genocide and brutality and negligence and evil. I don't know what the solution is going to be.
Okay, it's a good enlightened centrist position there, Russell. We thank you for your bravery, you dildo. Okay, let's take a look at this clip from Dropsite News' Jeremy Scahill about the Iran deal.
Psychologists to their negotiating team to review the communications.
So Iran has, let's catch the beginning of that.
Iranian sources told me a couple of weeks ago that the Iranian side added senior psychologists to their negotiating team to review the communications that they were going to be sending to the mediators to give to Trump. And they did that because the Iranians believe that Trump is legitimately mentally ill and is operating in an impaired mental state. And they didn't say this as a joke. They didn't say this with any lightness. They said, we recognize that we are dealing with a mentally incapacitated individual, and we've had senior psychologists work up a psychological profile of what they think is going on with Trump's brain. And so we started to cater our messages by running them past senior psychologists before delivering them to Trump. And they said that we started to then see some progress they almost talked about it like a clinical sense, like they're dealing with a patient, see some progress in the negotiations. And I've also heard from sources that mediators, right now you have Qatar involved in a very deep way. You have Pakistan remaining involved. You have Turkey, Saudi Arabia, that some of the mediating countries are also starting to become deeply concerned that Trump is totally erratic, and that when they have conversations with him, that Trump is saying, yes, I'm agreeing to these things. They then double check, so we can take this now back to the Iranians. Yes, you can. And then they do it. And the Iranians, there's an exchange of ideas. And then things like this happen where Trump says, oh, no, that's nothing, what I agreed to. And
yeah, I mean,
Iranian
same shit I've been hearing from a lot of analysts right now, that Trump obviously goes back on his word. We knew that already, though. By the way, if you have $1 trillion in a world where children are starving, you're not a visionary. You're just a cunt and a criminal, says John Cusack. Randy Feinberg says Palestinians and Islam don't exist. Okay, he's jumping on the Jerry Seinfeld bandwagon.
Randy Fein, why do you not care about Palestinians? Why do you continue to dehumanize them every single day?
Don't ask this fat fuck that. Just troll him. Tell him how fat he is. Call him the Kentucky Fried Jew, as he said.
You can't dehumanize something that doesn't exist.
Something that doesn't exist. These.
Well, if you can't dehumanize, so according to Randy Fine, let's just get this straight, okay? The logic here, you can't dehumanize something that doesn't exist, but you can bomb something that doesn't exist. How? Why are we wasting all this money and weapons on something that doesn't exist? That's weird, right?
These Palestinian people have actual lives, livelihoods that you want to impact.
Yeah, but he's like, I got a hair clip on my tiny hat, so that gives me the right to say whatever I like.
With every single stroke of your pen, every word that comes out of your mouth, every tweet that you put out that is incredibly homophobic, that is incredibly bigoted, that is incredibly Islamophobic. You claim to be supporting of the people that you are supposed to, your constituents, your Floridians, but you're not speaking for them. You're speaking for the Zionist entity that is Israel. Any comment? Or are you just going to evilly waddle along like
nice.
Nothing is wrong?
The waddler.
You're an idiot.
I'm an idiot? You're carrying out an ethnic cleansing on many fronts, and you don't care. You don't care. You don't care about the American people. All you care about is Israel.
I appreciate going after him, but I feel like the angle is wrong, you know?
Now we're back at war. How does that make you feel that we're back at war? Do you like that we're back at war? You know?
I mean, at least call him a fat fuck one time. Come on.
Do you care about the American people, or do you just want to
He's late for his McDonald's Happy Meal.
This into another forever war?
Look, he's even got the flag of Israel on his little tiny hat as a sitting U.S. congressman.
You know, you might call me an idiot, you might think that I'm not educated, but you are sending us into a forever war.
You are an idiot, and you're not educated.
Why is that? What am I saying that's uneducated? For the record, you don't want to make a correction? Huh? Yeah, why do you love being Islamophobic? Is that one of your favorite things to do?
You also can't be something that doesn't exist.
Islam doesn't exist. Islam doesn't exist. You've also said that it is a death
Islam
cult.
doesn't exist.
You've tweeted shitty things about Mayor Mamdani. What do you... He's helping out the people of New York become a more affordable place, and you and your bigotry have nothing to say for yourself. You can't make this place affordable. You're an actual terrorist. You are a disgusting traitor. And you will be at The Hague. You will be at The Hague. You will be at The Hague. Just you wait. You'll be at The Hague.
Oh, man. Congratulations to Adolf Hitler for becoming the world's first trillionaire. Look at those boobies. Those moobies. Look at this clown. We haven't seen Michael Rappaport recently, ever since he blocked me. Can you believe this fucker blocked me? How dare he? Looks like I won that feud. Rappaport says, no genocide in Gaza. Hate for Jews always been in you. Now you have an excuse to show it all day, every day. He says, Jenna, nothing. Fuck you.
There's no genocide in Gaza. There's no genocide in Gaza.
It's like, no one, nothing, nowhere, nobody. Complete silence. Jewish Zionist. There's no genocide in Gaza. Man. It's all you ever talk about. I'm starting to think there's a genocide in Gaza.
It's a war-torn city that was ran into the ground.
Gaza is just a city. No, idiot. Gaza is a territory within the Palestinian state. It's not a city. It's the Gaza Strip.
Down by the miserable arsonist, kidnapping, terrorist regime. It's still being ran into the ground. They won't stop. And do you think they won't stop because they just care so much? Are they just such caring?
Here it is. What is a Zionist without their cynicism, right? As they project their own traits onto their enemies, onto their victims. You think they want to live in peace? You think they just want to live in peace in their own society and raise their families and and explore their passions? No, absolutely not. They're barbarians from the 7th century, guys. Why do you not get the memo?
Deeply, deeply caring people that they'll do anything they can by any means necessary to get back their land that was stolen.
Okay, so you admit that their land was stolen. I mean, the jokes write themselves. Zionists have even a modicum of self-awareness challenge impossible. It's like when Ben Shapiro was like, that's not true. We were told to give up some of the occupied territories. Okay, so you admit that you're an occupying army? That the IDF is an occupying army?
Is that why this is
You think they just want to get back their stolen land? You think that's what this is about?
happening? They just care so much. And you dumb running around the world with the flags and the scarves. You just...
he's in his feelings. He's hurt. He's emotional. Why is bro so emotional?
You're inspired by how much they care so deeply. The out of here. There's no genocide, no famine. It was a war that was started by terrorists, and you're using an excuse to perpetuate the hate you've always had.
I love this. I just want to tell them you should apply that logic across all historical examples that fit the same power dynamic between two social groups, right? Between the oppressed and the oppressor. So let's take this analogy, let's take this logic and apply it to other historical analogies like the Warsaw Ghetto. We talk about that a lot. So apparently the Jewish militia that revolted against the Nazis in the Warsaw Ghetto, they were, in fact, terrorists, and that's why the Nazis had a justified reason for retaliating. I'm just trying to parse it out here. Let's get the logic straight. Slave revolts, the slaves were actually terrorists. The slave owners were just defending their land, defending their economy. Okay. Let's live and die on that hill, Michael Rappaport.
For Jews. It's always been in you. Now you have an excuse to show it all day, every day.
And now you have an excuse to cry. Cry about it, please. Cry more, cry harder, cry always.
You, okay?
Cry.
Hamas, all right?
Aww.
The Iranian regime.
Hamas, you can't defeat Hamas. It's still there.
The Houthis and Hezbollah and you.
I thought you guys destroyed them, though, like 500 times. Why is it still a problem for you? People thought this Pete Hegseth video with the dumbbells was AI, but apparently it's real. Look at him struggling. It's a cute little haircut, Pete. Got a 50s like Jerry Lee Lewis haircut. Can't even. Sucks to suck. Nick Cruz says, don't trust anyone who tries to reduce class war into a red-blue game, and that's in response to Hassan Piker speaking at a DSA rally for Claire Valdez about how older voters are ready for socialism too. You think people in this room are radical? You should listen to a 75-year-old named Gertrude who's out there and wants to basically criminalize the Republicans.
This is not just about young millennials and older millennials, as many of you are, and myself included, even though, by the way, we are kind of putting numbers on the board as millennials. That's crazy. Yeah, Gen Z's cool too. But one thing I will say, look, I'm a socialist. I don't believe in generational politics. I don't think that's real.
I thought you were a democratic socialist.
However, one thing that I have seen from visiting different protests all around the country, going to
Socialists don't sheepdog for the Democratic Party. I hate to break it to you.
these No Kings rallies that people always poo-poo and say, oh, they're all liberals, whatever, is that the Barbers and Debras are ready for this too. Yeah. If you think people in this room are radical, you should listen to a 75-year-old named Gertrude. who's out there and wants to basically criminalize being a Republican.
He needs to work on his stand-up. His stage presence is lacking. They're chanting.
There is real change here, and I'm very, very excited to hype up and stand next to giants like Claire and Lisa. Because, I've rarely ever seen such tremendous ideological representation at such an important level. I mean, a congressional seat is tremendous amounts of power. So to have someone like yourself, to have someone like Daria Lisa really advocate for not just the things that we've been demanding, like Medicare for all, but to have a much more bold vision about American foreign policy, for example, in a place where you will be able to make an impact, is unbelievably important. And that's precisely the reason why they are spending so much money to make sure that this doesn't happen. But they got the money, but we have the people.
Y'all remember, this is my new favorite form of content, is making fun of clavicular. Sorry, I know it's petty, but this guy is hilarious to me. He's my favorite train wreck to watch. Here's clavicular's new look, guys. The result of lots of plastic surgery. Apparently he's moved on from his nose. He's doing plastic surgery operations on his ears and then streaming about it. He successfully underwent an otoplasty surgery, pinned ears, just days after his nose job with Dr. Miami.
Grab your mirror.
Looks maxing at its finest.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Right?
Way better, yeah.
Look at that. You can see the difference now, one side and the other.
I like it.
Yeah, and this is swollen. It's pretty swollen. We injected a lot of.
Yeah, I can tell.
There, so that will go away.
Yeah, it'll get
it's
better.
It's gonna look thin like this,
Yep.
I can tell just from the front, honestly.
I mean, fast forward like 20, 30 years from now, he's going to be like this disfigured goblin. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, but look at that. Look at the projection now. It's
way better.
Yeah.
But I don't see Moggs.
That Moggs, he says. This is what it's like being a vapid soul. No personality. No interest, just all surface.
I'm so annoyed at you.
For what?
You didn't need this.
Everybody's like, stop doing this to yourself. Please, we're watching you wreck yourself.
So painful.
Could always look better.
You could always look better.
Right. This looks maxing.
This looks maxing, he says. Oops. What the fuck happened to my... Okay, here we go. He's going to be a trans girl by 2028. Sabby Sab says, Professor Pape is correct. Iran has leverage. Trump is lying as usual. Here he is on CNN.
Professor, if the president is being outplayed by seeking a deal, what's the alternative? Would a direct military conflict or a permanent diplomatic stalemate serve our interests any better?
No, it won't serve our interests, but President Trump may well find himself escalating. Laura, the big thing that's coming that will make that politician even more upset is we're about to enter the period of maximum leverage for Iran. That hasn't started yet. See, when we hit the oil inventory cliff, as we're going to do...
Yeah, by the way, another thing about clavicular is that you know that he's Peter Thiel's industry plant, right? The guy's being bankrolled by Peter Thiel to basically normalize body dysmorphia.
In the middle of July, end of July, August 1. That means when our inventories go down, Iran's leverage goes up and will stay up through the midterms and probably a bit beyond. So that is why there's very little chance Iran's going to cut a deal right now. Why would it cut a deal when its leverage is about to grow? Everybody knows it's going to grow. President Trump can talk down oil prices only for so long. Once that oil inventory dries up here at the end of first week of August, as all the world's experts, the actual experts, are predicting. I just spent 4 hours with them last night at the University of Chicago. They flew in from around the world. That is really going to hit, Laura, August 1. The only debate among the experts is it July 25 or August 7.
Oh, wow.
That's the actual debate. And look at that from Iran's perspective, Laura. That means they just ride this out. And then if they want to do damage to Trump, real damage to Trump, you let those gas prices go from 6 to 7 to 750 sometime in September 30th. Now you're talking real. This is what I think Iran's looking for.
Well, you're saying damage
probably for the interests of indoctrinating the youth into moral degeneracy and to make, be a cultural gatekeeper, making, the younger generations more shallow, more surface level, non-political, focused on themselves and policing their own looks and habits while distracting them from the class antagonism, of course.
President.
Why do I keep doing that? Okay, I've got some more posts here. So here he's showing the result of his ear job only 2 hours after his surgery. This guy says, this really is almost mythological in its aspect. Clavicular achieved fame and riches for the extreme measures he took to be beautiful, only to undo his beauty with the new measures his success afforded. It's almost Greek. I think he's referring to a Greek tragedy. The story of how Claviculus became chopped.
You could go.
It's like, let's fund a lot of vain people, says Peter Thiel. This guy says, I'm delighted that Musk is a trillionaire. Anyone else happy for him? Being delighted that one man has accumulated more wealth than the entire nations while wielding immense political influence whilst having the behavior of a 14-year-old 4chan user is a level of parasocial loyalty that I will never understand. They never miss a chance to glaze Elon Musk on Twitter, do they? All right, so Nick Fuentes is feuding still with Dan Bilzerian and Jake Shields. Dan Bilzerian claps back and says Nick Fuentes is a homosexual disinformation agent who partnered with Lucas Gage to stifle anti-Semitism. He wants you to accept the Kirk narrative, believe Epstein wasn't a pedophile, stop talking about Israel, and is now a fan of the Federal Reserve. Let's take a look at this.
See, he was talking trash about me again today.
Let's go a little bit mid through here. Let me see if I can find
which is notoriously very simple and very non-contentious, is if it's part of a conspiracy. He wants you to think this. It's like, let's just stop.
So he's responding to like Jake Shields and Dan Bilzerian, calling him out on his rhetoric, and he's saying he's responding to that.
That I want you to think. Here's the difference. I want you to think. I think. And so if somebody super chats and says, do you support the Federal Reserve? I sit back and I think. And I ponder and I say, well, it seems that our currency is relatively stable. It could be worse.
Thank you, Mango Tones, our wonderful friend here of the stream, for gifting 10 memberships to the community. That's incredibly based of you. I sincerely appreciate that. Don't forget to tap the like and subscribe to the channel if you like what I do.
We all have
All right, so he's talking about the Federal Reserve.
confidence in the dollar. I would say that's a sign of a good system. What is the purpose of money? What is money? Money is a medium of exchange. And so what are the attributes of money?
Okay, so he's defending the Federal Reserve by defining money itself. I don't see how that's a defense of the Federal Reserve. He's just waxing philosophic on the concept of money. He says money is a medium of exchange. Money's not a medium of exchange. Money is debt. Money did not arise from bartering, and there's no historical evidence that supports that claim. That's a myth, by the way. There is historical evidence which proves that money was the legal creation of the state, and that's according to going back to the Bronze Age, if you can believe it, to account-keeping temple ledgers in the Bronze Age. So he's switched from defending the Federal Reserve to explaining what he thinks money is. But he hasn't actually defined what the Federal Reserve is or why he's defending it. So what is the Federal Reserve? Well, the Federal Reserve is a central bank. All countries have central banks, whether they're socialist or capitalist. There's a central bank. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913 by J.P. Morgan and a whole slew of finance CEOs that controlled all the major banks. And why was it created? It was created to wrest control of the monetary policy from the United States government, specifically the U.S. Treasury, which was formerly tasked with administering both monetary and fiscal policy. And they wanted to wrest control of that power into the hands of Wall Street. For example, the Treasury Secretary wasn't even allowed to be on the board of the Federal Reserve. And if you want to learn more about this, I suggest you listen to Michael Hudson talk about the Federal Reserve, as I have, or Richard Wolff. So the Federal Reserve redistricted the 12 Treasury districts and turned them into Federal Reserve districts. Now, the problem with this is that we vote in politicians, but we didn't vote who's on the board of the Federal Reserve. So this is a huge component of what was once under Democratic control now has been privatized, taken out of the public domain, like it never existed. And this is what capitalists do. They remove the pieces from the board, and then this dumbass comes along. He doesn't even know they were moves on the table. It's like, what a tragedy, Nick. Fell for it again award. It's very special of you.
It's a store of value. It can be denominated, and it can be used as a medium of exchange. And these are things that make good money.
I mean, you're just describing how currencies work. Yes, all currencies have denominations. All currencies are stores of value. That's not intrinsic or unique to the dollar. The dollar hegemony was not the dollar hegemony because it was, a store of value, or because, it was, an exchange. And what did he say just now? Whatever he's saying, or that it was a denomination, that it could be denominated. That's not what made it powerful. What made it powerful was the U.S. military and economic imperialism, financial imperialism. So I think now it should be clear to you, this theme that I'm harping on, right? Public versus private power, majority versus minority, workers versus owners, labor versus capital, democracy at one pole, and private tyranny at the other. Hang on, I gotta take a quick break. I'm gonna come back to this, but before I do, I have to answer this phone call. So I'm gonna be right back.
Two
Okay.
phases. The first one, there is an MOU signed by Iran and America, and later on negotiations for the second phase will start, and in the second phase we will come to a final agreement. Now the topic of the nuclear issue has been postponed to a final agreement, and there are different reasons for this. I cannot discuss that. The demands were not acceptable. So there were issues on which we could agree. So we said in the first phase we'll do this, and for the nuclear story, it'll take 60 days. That's what's anticipated. The second phase of the final agreement will be covering sanctions removals and the nuclear program, and one or two other issues.
Well, our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, is at the White House. First, though, let's cross to Mohammed Val. He's in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Mohammed, so tell us more then about what the Iranian foreign minister has been saying.
Yeah, Mr. Abbas Araghchi has confirmed that this paper, this memorandum of understanding, is on the table here in Tehran and being studied by the highest leadership in the land. He hinted at a kind of lingering disagreement between some of the members of the National Supreme Council for Security, but that's not something that is going to prevent a final response from Iran. And potential signing of this deal. He said at the beginning it will be signed remotely and electronically, and then there might be a meeting for putting ink on paper there in terms of the signatures. He also mentioned the two phases. In the first phase, which is very key and very important, the lifting of the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, this a ceasefire, a comprehensive ceasefire that is going to include all the fronts, understandably Lebanon there, and also a mechanism, a process to lift the or unfreeze the Iranian assets. And the second phase, the nuclear file and the process of lifting the sanctions on Iran. So there is a positive mood here, more than ever before, that Iran is finally going to sign a deal with the United States that will lead to ending this war.
And Mohammed, what's changed then in the last week or so to bring Iran to this point of an agreement?
Well, here in Tehran, they listened to the American claim that it was because of the recent military pressure, the recent attacks over the weekend, that the Americans have made the Iranians understand that they have to sign this deal, otherwise there will be a return to war. They deny that, and they say that this agreement is very much similar to the one that was on the table a couple of weeks ago via Pakistani mediation, and that they agreed on it, but the Americans came back to ask for more changes, and that's what caused the delay of signing and so on. So this is the Iranian understanding and the Iranian claim. Iran has been always insisting on patience in this regard, saying that they will never sign a deal that is going to be detrimental to the future and dignity and sovereignty and independence of the land, of the country. And now they think that what they've got from the Americans is something that they can accept, including a continuity of some kind of leverage on the Strait of Hormuz, including also the lifting of sanctions eventually, and including the unfreezing of Iranian assets. They are also proud of the fact that the discussion about the missiles, Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, might not be included in any deal between them and the United States. So they think that they will emerge stronger and in a more favorable condition after this war than even before it.
All right, Mohammed Val, live for us there in Tehran. Thank you. Let's bring in our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher. He's at the White House. Alan, so are we getting any more details now from the administration about what's exactly in this memorandum of understanding?
Well, what we're told is we are close, but it's not quite at the finish line yet. Certainly Donald Trump very angry that the Iranians, in his view, leaked what was in the document. He says that doesn't actually contain what has been agreed to by both the United States and Iran. He says that the Iranians are not honourable people to do business with, that they should get their act together quickly or else. Now that carries an implicit threat, which again suggests...
Okay, sorry about that. My apologies. Sometimes life gets in the way. But we're good. We're all good. I just ran up the stairs, so I'm just trying to catch my breath. Whew. All right.
We're not quite at the finish line with...
So we were in the middle of this Nick Fuentes clip. Let's keep going.
And it seems like the US dollar does all these things. It's easily denominated. You know, I can go in with $100 bill and you could break that and I could buy something.
What does that have to do with the Federal Reserve, Nick? This has nothing to do with the libertarian institution that is the Federal Reserve. You're just describing money. And badly, by the way.
Smaller, I could buy something big. It's divisible. It stores value.
So thus the Federal Reserve is good.
I can save my money, and I recognize there's inflation. But
like these ideas are so stale. He's talking about dollar hegemony. Like, oh, the dollar's strong. The dollar is not strong. Okay, I mean let's just see how that trends. Okay, we're in a de-dollarizing world historical moment right now. You know, I mean, it's like this isn't the Cold War anymore. It's not 1955.
Because of our system, that's why you have investing. That's why you have interest. And so within reason, there are strategies where you can protect the value of your money. If not, you can buy gold. You could buy Bitcoin. I don't know. I feel like it's a pretty good system. You could look at other countries where the currency fluctuates wildly.
Yeah, why does it fluctuate wildly?
You could look at Argentina. You could look at Turkey. You could look at Iran. You could look.
He literally said Iran. At the very moment that we know that the Trump administration tanked the real on December 28th, 2025, using the mechanism of the U.S. Treasury, using Scott Bessent as the actor to manipulate the market, right? To crash the currency in order to do what? To regime change, to make the Iranians incensed so that they would rise up over their government, which didn't happen. But why are these currencies fluctuating? It has to do with U.S. foreign policy.
Look at Russia.
There's a causal link. There's a causal link between the dollar hegemony and the unpredictable nature of other currencies, or the fact that other currencies will crash.
And by the way, the dollar, here's the other thing. Having the dollar the way that it is, people bemoan the money printing. They hate the money printing. Stop printing all the money. This is terrible. Hey, that's how we finance our prosperity. It is because the world has a limitless appetite for our money, which is why we're able to borrow so much, which is why we're able to have such a wonderful quality of life. We're richer than anybody else. Go to Europe and you'll see.
Yeah, and the reason for that, again, is U.S. foreign policy. The reason for that is not to do with just the dollar is just so great. It's because we go and imperialize other countries. We go steal their assets. We go wreck their livelihood, their communities, their economies. We turn these countries into debt slaves for the IMF World Bank system, which is the, arm of the dollar hegemony. Those are the entities that carry out enforcing the dollar hegemony, I guess I should say. But here, let's keep going.
We're richer than any country in the world by far. We have air conditioning, we have refrigerators, we have cars, we have backyards and big houses and appliances and computers and phones. I mean, we're rich. We're a rich nation.
He's still cooking, I think, because he hasn't yet explained what the Federal Reserve is. Remember, this whole discussion is supposed to be about the Federal Reserve and his defense of the Federal Reserve itself. But he's not talking about the Federal Reserve, nor has he defined it. I don't think he can define it. And the Federal Reserve is just a central bank. It controls and regulates all the other banks in the United States. And like we said, every country has a something like a Federal Reserve. Every country, whether socialist or capitalist, has a central bank. It's not the mechanism that there is a central bank that's the problem. It's not like a central bank is good or evil. As in everything in this political economy, in this world, we always have to ask the most essential question: for who? What is the Federal Reserve? Who is the Federal Reserve acting on behalf of? And who they're acting on behalf of is finance capitalism. It's the financialization of capital. And that's the problem. The problem is that the money, the capital that gets created, the credit that gets created is for large financial institutions. It funnels into the stock market. It doesn't actually go to the producers of the economy. None of the capital that gets created is productive. It's extractive. We live in an extractive economy, not a productive one.
I don't know. See, anyway, but I'm thinking out loud. I'm pondering the question. I'm saying, is it a good system? Well, what is money? What is money supposed to do?
No, it's not. If it's a good system, the context of the argument is the Federal Reserve a good institution, or is it a corrupt one?
Does our money accomplish that? What is
Nothing
the
to do
sign
with
that is
money
accomplishing
itself.
that? Are we wealthy? Is our currency desirable? What is it like compared to other systems? In other words, I'm asking questions, I'm thinking out loud, and I say, I don't know that I'm ready to throw out the Federal Reserve System. Well, is it practical to have? What is the alternative? A gold standard? Is that practical?
That is not a bad idea, actually.
But then you have these people.
I think we're going to go back to the gold standard regardless. I mean, that's the funny part is that, it doesn't matter, Nick, what you're saying, what your hopes are for the dollar hegemony. It's like, this shit's played out, man. It's not 1955 anymore. It's not 1965. It's not 1995. It doesn't matter. This is the best part. It doesn't matter because the world is moving away from the dollar. And you're coming along at the latest stage of the empire, and you're still pretending like we're in the 20th century. We're not.
No, the Federal Reserve is Jewish. You don't think it's Jewish? You're Jewish too. Toby Cook got killed by the Jews. You don't think he got...
He's strawmanning. He's strawmanning the Federal Reserve. He's strawmanning the argument that is critical of the Federal Reserve. But again, he can't even define the Federal Reserve, and he can't even really define money itself. There's another clavicular post. Johnny come lately, right? It is Jewish, you fucking moron. I mean, if we could attach any cultural signifier to major financial institutions, whether it's the Federal Reserve or it's J.P. Morgan Chase, et cetera, Wall Street itself, I mean, you'd have to say it's largely Jewish. Or Jewish supremacist or Zionist. Take your pick, But I think it's a accurate critique of our financial institutions. And when we say it's Jewish, I mean, really what the bad part is not the fact that it's Jewish, it's that it's capitalist. It's an institution that benefits finance capitalism. It doesn't benefit the goods and services producing sector of the economy. But that's why I say if you want to attach a cultural signifier to it, because really what we're principally concerned with is the organization of the economy. We don't really give a shit about what cultural ideologies, are attached to justifying the present political economy. We're concerned with chiefly the economy itself and the way it's organized. And that, supersedes any cultural antagonism, if there ever is any cultural antagonism. All right, so anyway, we'll move on.
I know that about Butler. I know that Trump shut down the investigation into Butler. That is a fact. Dan Bongino told me that when he worked at the FBI. And Dan Bongino himself was terrified when I spoke to him in December. It's such a long, boring story, but basically I came into possession
I mean, if you listen to him, I actually do enjoy listening to Nick. He's hilarious. I'll be the first to tell you. He's actually very entertaining. But I don't take him seriously. I think we should take him as like, an entertainer, if anything, but not as an informed geopolitical analyst. And a lot of his ideas come from the Mises Institute. These are neoliberal think tanks filled with Jewish supremacist Zionists. He's quoting Milton Friedman. It's like everything that I stand against. I wish he was an agent in the service of good, in advancing class struggle, advancing working class principles, values, of which he is a part. He's a working class member of society, but he's dog whistling to his Jewish supremacist donors, and I think his rhetoric did a 180 ever since Charlie Kirk got assassinated. I think he saw the writing on the wall. He's like, I better be a friend to the Jews. I better stop talking about Israel so much. And I think that more than anything probably explains his about face. But yeah, imagine defending the Federal Reserve of all things.
I beg your pardon, accidentally came into possession of a lot of the social media posts that we were told didn't exist that were posted by Thomas Crooks in the months and years before the shooting. And I was amazed that the FBI had lied about this. So I called Kash Patel, and I later called Dan Bongino, and I says, what is this? I'm not attacking you. It was the previous FBI administration that did this. It was Chris Wray, but what is this? And Dan Bongino became hysterical with me on the phone. I've known Dan a long time, for many years, and always got along with him. Whatever his faults, nice guy, certainly very nice to me. I never had a problem with Dan, ever. And that problem began when I brought this information to his attention, and he became a different person. He was clearly terrified. I didn't get it at first, but he was hysterical. And ultimately, after a long series of text exchanges, which I still have, and phone conversations, he said, look, take it up with Trump. He's the one who shut down the investigation. And that was, I think, the first or second week of December. I think it was the beginning of the second week of December. I have it written down. But that was the moment, and I realized, oh, wow. There's no good explanation for shutting down an investigation into your own attempted murder. Like, this is not what we've been told it was. I know that about...
Sorry, I zoned out. Look, this is Trump closing a deal with Iran. It's a good metaphor. Nope. How about now? Yeah, all right, here we go. We're going to get a deal, and no, I'm sorry. Well, we thought Clavicular had a difficult week with his nose job, but this has got to be the worst of it. This man accidentally he had a surgery. It was a medical mistake. They swapped his penis for his nose. Now he's got a penis for a nose and a nose for a penis.
Garrett McKenna. He's claiming that a doctor accidentally switched his penis and nose during a surgery last month.
I was put under to get my appendix removed, and when I woke up, my penis had been glued between my eyes.
Garrett says the surgeon's mistake has turned his life upside down.
My penis is on my face now, and my nose is sewn to my crotch, so I pee from up here, and I smell from down there.
I think this is spoiled, I can't tell.
Let me see. Oh, that smells fine.
Garrett says he's having a hard time understanding how this happened.
The appendix is nowhere near the penis or nose, but they are medical professionals, and I trust that it was an honest mistake.
When asked for comment, the doctor who performed Garrett's surgery said this.
It was not an honest mistake. That was utterly intentional. I just wanted to see if I could do it.
And to make matters worse, Garrett was recently fired from his job.
My coworker accused me of masturbating at my desk, which is untrue. I was picking my nose.
He says the silver lining throughout all of this has been his girlfriend's support.
We said we'd always be there for each other through thick and thin. And this is really a testament to that promise.
Yeah, when I said thick and thin, I was thinking financial problems. His dick is on his face. There's no chance that I stay with him.
As a result of losing his job, Garrett says he no longer has health insurance.
I lost my health insurance, so the reversal procedure is pretty much out of my budget. But sneezing feels amazing now, so that's one good thing.
When he sneezes, he comes. Oh my goodness. That's just one of those things where you were not expecting. We were not expecting that story, but that is real. Okay, it's a completely real story. Apparently J-Lo is pro-Palestine? Oh no, actually, we've been fact-checked. She did not donate $4.5 million to Palestine aid. That is false, fake news. She can give him a nose job, that's right. Here is how liberals see Trump, here's how MAGA sees Trump, and here is how everybody else sees Trump. Beautiful. All right, I think we looked at this already. Me looking at the pedophile tax on a gallon of gas. Operation Epstein Fury has been a disaster. Here's a live shot of Trump trying to exit the Iran war. Here's a reminder that both of their fathers are convicted felons, these two, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner. The offspring of convicted felons. There's the Epstein bunch. This post says Trump eats his pizza folded, New York style. Well, he also grapes kids pedo style. Sony Thang says the problem was never Trump. Trump is the readable version of a text that was always there, written in language most people couldn't access. The problem is the system that produced him, that uses him, that will survive him, and that will next time find someone equally willing to do what he does, but competent enough to do it quietly. The competent version is more dangerous. The competent version rebuilds the language, restores the branding, hires the speechwriters who know how to say shared values and rules-based order while executing identical policy. And the people who spent 4 years appalled by Trump's vulgarity will feel the relief of good grammar and take it for moral improvement. Shit. I feel attacked. The empire does not need Trump specifically. It needed what he provided, a stress test. A period of operation without the usual ideological cover to see what held and what did not. What held was the sanctions, the bases, the vetoes, the dollar, the weapon sales, the regime change operations, and what didn't hold was just the manners. And when someone comes along who can restore the manners while keeping everything else, and they will, they always do, the people who thought the problem was the manners will call it a recovery. Yes, we need a new Obama is what we need. The rest of us will know exactly what it is. Here's a supercut of every time Trump said that a deal with Iran was at hand. Should be fun.
We have major points of agreement. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure when they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal.
They want to make a deal so badly. Right. I do see a deal.
I do. I have no idea. I really don't see that.
We were very close to a deal.
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over.
It's looking very good that we're going to
I view it as very close to over. My handlers don't, but
make a deal with Iran, and it's going to be a good deal. This process should go very quickly. We're going to end that war very quickly. They want to make a deal so badly. We think we're close to a deal, and that's okay. We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal.
Today makes 39 times that he has said something like that.
We have
the fart of the deal. All right, those are my reposts for the day. All right, let's go to the Discord, shall we? This is the part of the stream where I take your suggestions. You, the viewer, can interact and change the stream by sharing links that offer insightful and inspire insightful discussion. I take it back. First clip is just elephant piss. Thank you, chatter. That's awesome. Okay. I take it back, actually. You guys suck. Elephant piss? Really? That's what you guys have? I'm too soft in the mix? Should I turn up? I'm turning up. I turned up to 11.
Ooh, well, good.
All right, our very based Saeed has a link for us. Let's see if the fucking German players will cover their fucking mouths with their fucking hands. He says, God, Saeed, you are so aggressive today.
Good evening from the US of A, where the World Cup kicks off tomorrow. And speaking personally, Nicole, I haven't felt atmosphere like this since, well, Berlin 1936. Everywhere you look, there's that old-fashioned fascist Germany 30s, 40s kind of tournament magic. You got the flag, security, uniformed men checking papers. It really takes you back. Take Senegal, for instance. Watching their players endure an airport tarmac security check like common criminals was very moving, Nicole. And just in case there was any doubt as to what this was really all about, i.e. good old-fashioned white pride, we then had Africa's most distinguished referee, Somalia's Omar Artan, denied entry at Miami International Airport on Monday despite holding a diplomatic passport and a single entry US visa. Shit, they're black, send them back. Shit, they're black, send them back. Iran can't send supporters and the national team isn't even getting through the front door, Nicole. They're stuck in Mexico, where they belong. It's like the organisers have looked at the phrase global sporting festival and asked,
what the hell? He's moving. He's rotating in a circle. How did he do that?
but what if we made it less global and more white? And then there's ice. Ice, baby. Like helpful little tournament mascots buzzing around host cities looking to scoop up immigrants and launch them into the sun. Everywhere.
Can ICE scoop up an immigrant named Elon Musk?
You turn, Nicole, football fans, marching bands, deportation vans. It's a real carnival atmosphere. Now, critics say this is discriminatory, authoritarian, and deeply sinister. But all going well, soon we'll have all those people deported or killed. Because what sport needs above all else is unity, Nicole. And what better way to achieve unity than deciding exactly who doesn't belong? So yes, as the world gathers to celebrate the beautiful game, there's a genuine sense that history is being made here, or perhaps repeated. Either way, from outside the stadium, where several ethnic groups are currently being asked to form an orderly queue, this is Ty Kiki counting down the hours to what promises to be a truly unforgettable Fash Bash. Heil Trump.
This? Yes. For Israel. What you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you. Why?
I'm sorry.
Arabic.
Which channel is this?
Israel channel.
No,
you don't
thank
like
you.
us?
You don't like us?
Huh? Israel.
Anti-Semitic.
Hey, new friends. What? We have peace.
Oh no, not Israel.
Palestinian. No, Palestinian. But we have peace, huh? Peace. You sign peace. You sign peace. You sign peace. You signed on the peace agreement.
You are not welcome here. Even if this is Qatar, this is our country. You are not welcome here. There is only Palestine. There is no Israel.
No politic here. No politic. No politica. Fuck you.
Tunisia. Yeah, Tunisia. Tunisia is the best.
Yes, of course. Where are you from?
Israel.
Oh.
Are you a Qatar fan?
Like,
yes. And what is the?
I love this energy.
TV you are? We're from Israel. Sorry. Excuse me, sir. Can I interview a few words before the game?
He's like, where are you from? Israel. Oh, I thought I smelled. Now I know what that smell was.
أنت من لبنان. أنا من إسرائيل يا أخي. أنت من إسرائيل. أنت وصلت العرب. ما في إسرائيل.
Poor Jews, man. This is tough. No wonder Adam Brody was like, it's a tough time, especially for the Jews.
דוגמה חיה, חבר ממצרים, מאיג'פט, we are together, באים לראות כדורגל, מבסוטים. Viva Palestine.
Palestine! Free Palestine! For Israel!
Yeah, I'm Israeli.
No, free Palestine!
The great shunning continues.
You like Saudi? Yeah! And Palestine? Oh, yes! And Israel? No!
Oh, the poor man's nose.
I'm stopped. Yes? Okay.
You're Israeli? I must stop the car right now.
Where are you from? Huh?
German. I'm from Germany. I'm a German citizen.
Where are you from?
Ecuador!
Where are you from?
Israel.
Ecuador. Yesterday you was from Ecuador.
I'm Israel now.
Today you are from Israel?
Yeah.
No one
Do you
asked
have
to
a
make
national team?
an interview with you.
Do you have a national team?
We have a land called Palestine.
Do you know what?
You are not
Oh, but you do
welcome
not
here.
have a national team, therefore we get to murder all your children.
You are not welcome here. Oh, go see what Gaza did for you. For what?
Israel.
You are from Israel?
Yeah. Is it okay?
No.
Why? What do you do for living? Like
Run. Actually, I didn't want to.
no. So just. U.S. Iran. Who is going to win?
Where are you from?
I'm from Israel.
They're going to be ashamed to say it. And I saw that other guy, he's like, oh, I'm from Ecuador. Yeah, because he knows. He can't say where he's really from because he's an international pariah.
גם למחאה פרו-פלסטינית, ראינו כאן הרבה דגלי פלסטין, גם סרטים על הזרוע, כמו סרט קפטן כזה, עם דגל פלסטין, ראינו את זה.
תוציא דגל ישראל, טל.
مرحبا اهلا انا من اسرائيل ما في اسرائيل في شيء اسمه فلسطين لا في اسرائيل فلسطين
So I'm sure that Israel is playing in the World Cup, right? Isn't it crazy that Russia got sanctioned from the World Cup because of its war with Ukraine? But Israel is fine. The United States starts a war with Iran, that's fine.
امر واقع امر واقع من اليوم ليوم القيامه في First question, is it coming home? It's coming on. Free Palestine! Okay, let's go.
You know, I must ask
He raised
you,
the guy's arm up.
Shakira and Dua Lipa refused to take part in this World Cup due to the bad records of Qatar regarding human rights. And obviously people think what? Maluma, don't you have problem with human rights violation on this country?
Yeah, but it's something that I can't resolve. I just came here to enjoy life, enjoy soccer, the party of soccer.
But can you understand just people who gonna say that by the very presence of you here, you are like
So
helping
an Israeli is talking about human rights violations in Qatar.
whitewashing.
I understand. Do I have to answer that question?
Okay. No, but I'm just asking that people are gonna ask.
You don't do that.
What the problem? I mean, I'm rude? Why I'm rude, Maloma? I don't think. I think that this is what people say. This is what people think.
I read that right? The reporter was Israeli. Pretty sure. Okay, so using AI to help me talk to a celebrity. Here's one of our favorite content creators.
I think I see Sal from the Impractical Jokers. What's something funny I should say to him?
Well, if you actually cross paths...
No, I am. I think it is him.
You could playfully reference one of their classic bits. Maybe say, hey, Sal, is this a punishment or are you just out having a normal day? Keep it light and fun.
Okay, I'll give that a shot. Hey, Sal, is this a
It
punishment?
actually is the dude.
Or are you just having a nice day?
Hey, I'm Sal from Impractical Jokers, and someone on the street just walked up to me and asked me if this was a punishment or if I was just having a nice day. What can I say back to them?
Oh, you gotta hit him with that classic misdirection, Big Pimpin'. Just smile and say, oh, this ain't a punishment. This is me on my best behavior. If you want a punishment, stick around. I might just have something in store for you.
oh, this ain't a punishment. This is me on my best day. If you really want a punishment, stick around. I might have something in store for you.
How should I say bye?
You could end on a playful note, something like, all right, Sal, I'll be watching my back. No pranks, okay? Then just give a smile or a wave and say, catch you later. Keep it light. And you leave
Okay.
it in.
All right, Sal. I'll be watching my back.
He told me he was going to be watching his back and then smiled softly at me and gave a light wave. How should I say goodbye?
Smiled softly at me and gave a light wave. This is genius and kind of dystopian because I feel like this is where civilization is headed. Like humans don't know how to interact with each other. There'll come a time where they have to just consult AI. Like, this person said hello to me. What do I say back?
Back to him.
Oh, I'd keep it playful with a little wink in your tone. Just give him a nod, maybe a friendly finger gun gesture, and say, you watch your back too.
A friendly finger
might
gun.
strike again.
You watch your back too. Never know when a joker might strike again.
Exactly like that.
All right.
Thank you, Jess, for that. That laughter is good. I feel like laughter is a way of telling your body, hey, we're having a good time. Please don't die.
A new documentary exposes that Israeli guards are torturing and SAing Palestinian prisoners every single time they're set to meet with lawyers. The details of this story are insane. The following information comes from a documentary titled Bodies of Evidence, Israel's Darkest Weapon. The film features a prominent Israeli human rights lawyer who represents high-profile Palestinian detainees. He details what he describes as the systemic use of SA and torture inside of Israeli prisons. He testified the acts of violence are explicitly triggered by legal appointments. Whenever a lawyer schedules a meeting with a Palestinian prisoner, a punishing ritual unfolds. At 6 a.m. on the day of the scheduled visit, guards remove the designated prisoner from their cell, subject them to severe beatings, and commit acts of SA. The prisoners then get moved to a communal holding room with everyone else scheduled for legal visits that day. They're handcuffed.
So, I mean, I guess every time a Jew says, wait till you hear from my lawyer, we need to do the same things.
Blindfolded and forced into excruciating stress positions on their knees from 6 a.m. to about 4 p.m. Because the act of a lawyer scheduling a meeting directly subjects the clients to this torture, he states the prisoners actively beg their legal counsel to not visit them. He also says these are not a couple of bad apples. This abuse is entrenched, institutionalized policy. Since legal visits occur on varying days and at multiple facilities, prisoners are handled by entirely different shifts and guard units each time. But despite the personnel changes, the exact same patterns of SA occur, indicating structural collusion.
Hell yeah. Thank you for that extra toilet paper. We love Israeli flags. It's our favorite way to wipe our ass. Truly. And I just ran out of toilet paper, so this is beautiful.
Do you remember those good old days when Trump said he was going to destroy the deep state, he was going to drain the swamp? I remember those.
Either the deep state destroys America or we destroy the deep state. That's the way it's got to be. We're at a very pivotal point in our country.
Look how that turned out, huh?
Together we are going to finish what we started. With you at my side, we will totally obliterate the deep state. We will banish the warmongers from our government. We will drive
I think what he means is that Bibi Netanyahu is going to obliterate his deep anus.
out the globalists, and we will cast out the communists and Marxists.
I'm still here, bitch. What now, Donald Trump?
We will throw off the corrupt political class. We will beat the Democrats. We will rout the fake news media. We will stand up to the rhinos, and we will defeat
the rhinos
Joe
and
Biden
the elephants
and every single Democrat
and the moose.
We will liberate America from these villains and tyrants who are looking to destroy our country. No matter what they throw at us,
no matter what they do to us. We will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never, ever back down. We will complete the mission, we will cross the finish line. We will demolish tyranny, and we will rescue freedom, liberty, and justice. And we will restore the American Republic to all of its greatness and glory, greater than ever before.
Oh my God!
My
Make
fellow
it stop.
citizens, this incredible journey
Kim
we are on
Iverson, what are
together
you doing
has
to
only
us?
just begun. We are one movement, one
We get
people,
it.
one
He
family,
sucks. He's a liar.
and
He
one
didn't drain the
nation
swamp. He
under
fortified
God.
it. I know. Please
With
make
your
it
help,
stop. Please make it stop.
your prayers, your vote, and your unwavering love for this country,
Oh my God.
we will make America powerful again.
What is she doing to
We
us?
will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again.
Kim, give us the
We
goods.
will make America proud again.
I just miss those days. When he said in particular,
I don't miss those days.
we will ban the warmongers and drive off the corrupt political class and stand up to the rhinos. We will liberate from the villains and tyrants. This is what he meant.
Well, everybody, I mean, I didn't fall for this. I was never on board with Trump, okay? Never. Not in 2016, not ever.
We won. So, I want to start with a bunch of thank yous. I want to thank the big guy,
Israel.
God. Trump comes later. Mr. President, you're not.
Yeah, he does come later. He comes in your mouth a little later after the speech.
far behind God, but we're going to start with him.
Oh, you're not far from God, but we'll start with God, and then the other big guy.
Just shameless, man. Just stick his cock in your mouth at this point.
Lindsey Graham says. So Lindsey Graham was
He's just an open hole.
endorsed by President Trump. He is the embodiment of the swamp. In fact, Lindsey Graham is
It doesn't really give you much pushback to the claim that politicians are whores, and I don't mean to disgrace or slander whores by comparing them to politicians, but
thing we think of when we think of the swamp. He's a total swamp creature. He was born, bred, and even mates in the swamp. We're pretty sure of it. And he was endorsed by President Donald Trump. While Trump went and defeated Massey, goes and endorses Lindsey Graham, calling him a great guy, his good friend. This is what he meant by draining the swamp, getting rid of Thomas Massey and filling it instead with more Lindsey Graham. I want to show you some more swamp creatures. Randy Fine, here he is, publicly thanking the Republican Jewish Coalition for helping him get rid of Thomas Massey in his Draining the Swamp event.
I served with two anti-Semites, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey. One we got to quit, and the other, thanks to all of you, we beat. And we're very, very lucky. Whereas Democrats 20 or 30 or 40 years ago had anti-Semitism show up in their party, and they minimized it, and they said it was the fringe, and they didn't deal with it, and it took over their party. The leader of our party said he wasn't going to deal with that. We often say that Donald J. Trump is the greatest friend that Israel's ever had, but that doesn't go far enough. Donald J. Trump is the greatest friend American Jews have ever had because he stands up and he fights for all of us.
For Israel, is what Randy says. He doesn't care about America. This is the same guy who says in 50 years, America won't even exist.
I'm not worried about this.
I'm not worried.
isn't it funny though that like they profess, you know, it's like the Shakespearean quote, methinks the fat fuck doth protest too much about Israel being here forever. I just want everyone to know, completely unprompted, I'm not worried about Israel being here in 50 years, okay? Trust me. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm definitely not thinking that. It's got to be tiring for Israelis constantly having to defend their existential existence. We're not going anywhere. We are a state. We are a country. We're a people. We're thousands of years old. Why don't you believe us? I'm not worried.
Future of the state of Israel. I'm confident that 50 years from now, the state of Israel will be there. I'm not convinced the United States of America will be here in 50 years.
Yeah, because of what you're doing, of course. The United States will not be here because, as Netanyahu told us in 1990, the United States is a golden calf, and the Israelis are here to carve it up and take it over and turn it into a welfare state that they control.
Oh, okay.
End quote.
So Israel's secure. You're fine. You're good. But America, 50 years. That's all you guys have.
That's an
That's what we
Israel
get
firster.
for threatening Israel. That's what we get for trying to say. I mean, we saw what happened to Thomas Massey, to Marjorie Taylor Greene when they stood up to Israel. Now the American people are standing up to Israel. And Randy Fine is predicting the future of that. And that is America won't be around in 50 years. We will get booted. Somehow, something will happen to our cute little country. That would be a shame, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it be a shame?
You bunch of anti-Semites, that's what you get. You speak up against Israel, and your cute little country, your nice little country that you have is just gone by the wayside in 50 years, just like the other anti-Semites, Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. And here's Bibi Netanyahu gifting, and it's not just Republicans. Randy Fine's a Republican, Lindsey Graham's a Republican, but it's also Democrats, or at least people who claim to be Democrats.
Can I give a man who has everything? How about giving him a beeper? This is a silver-plated beeper. The real beeper is like 1/10 the weight. It's nothing.
When an Israeli hands you a beeper, it's not a commemoration of your friendship. It's a threat. And there's probably a listening device in that beeper. It should be x-rayed immediately by the Secret Service.
Yeah, but it changes history.
You know, when that story broke,
yeah,
and I was like,
I laughed with glee.
Oh, I love it. And now it's thank you for this. All right. Thank you.
Remember when that story broke and you killed those innocent girls because they happened to be within the vicinity of an exploding pager? And then they all went to their funerals, and then more pagers exploded there too. Yeah, that was great, man. Love that.
Thank you.
What do we give the man that has everything? We give him a silver-plated beeper. They gave the gold-plated beeper to Trump, and now they've given a silver-plated beeper to Fetterman, and some would say this looks like a threat. Like, here's your beeper. Mm-hmm. Watch out, it might blow.
It could blow
because
up.
We've installed the right software in it to make...
It's a symbol of, political terrorism, or just terrorism, because terrorism is by nature political, but... That is the weapon that they used against the Lebanese. And now he's saying, here is the symbol of that weapon, and I'm giving it to you, Congressman. There's got to be some cognitive dissonance in Fetterman here, right? Like, whoa, this is kind of weird. This is a symbol of death. This is a symbol of terrorism. The people that own these pagers were the ones that were victims. They were killed. And now the guy that did the pager operation is giving me a pager? What are we supposed to read into that? I mean, Netanyahu knows exactly what he's doing. Better keep towing that line. Better keep sucking that dick for Israel, Fetterman. Because if not, we can get you too. That's what the message is.
Sure that it does. So it's not just Republicans in the swamp. It's obviously Democrats too. And it's not just Fetterman, who's an extremist and he's kind of crazy. But here's Jake Auchincloss. He is a Democrat. He's a representative, and here he goes and he says, Democrats, they shouldn't make their whole thing about Israel. And then he goes on to basically say, and our foreign policy should be all about Israel.
I think if the Democratic Party spends more time talking about Israel going into 28 than talking about America, we are going to be very poorly positioned for the general election. American voters want to hear about a new American dream, about an excellent education by 18, about home ownership by 30, a dignified retirement by 65. Of course, we have to deal with foreign policy issues, but I think we have to deal with what foreign policy looks like in 28 and 2030, not what it looked like in 2020. And it's going to look very different because of the absolute catastrophe that this president is leaving the next president in the Middle East. We're going to have to regionalize energy, infrastructure, defense ties throughout the Abraham Accords. We're going to have to think about how Ukraine's drone and counter-drone capabilities can help support our allies, Israel and otherwise, our Gulf state allies in the Middle East. We're going to have to think about an Indo-Pacific posture that unravels increasing Chinese belligerence now that we've
Chinese
step back from supporting the
belligerence.
Philippines.
Is the Chinese belligerents in the room with us?
And South Korea and Japan. So the next president has to worry about the challenges in front of.
Lots of worrying, huh? When you're a global superpower, you gotta keep meddling. Gotta be concerned. Gotta be worried about all these little things that are happening across the world that are affecting your power.
Them, not about fights within the party from 2020.
Fair enough. Oh, I see. Americans want to hear about what's good for Americans. And then he spends the entire time talking about foreign policy, about all the other things we should be concerned about around the world, starting with the Middle East and
we have to be concerned with national security, Kim. What are you not understanding? I'm Israel Chai.
Abraham Accords. We're going to have to regionalize defense ties throughout the Abraham Accords. That is an Israeli construct. And he's standing there and saying, that's what our foreign policy is going to be about. And it's got to be about not only the Abraham Accords for Israel, but then all around the world, too, because he's a warmonger bought off by the military industrial complex, just like the rest. He is AIPAC funded, just like the rest of them. Now, I want to show you some people that have been fighting the good fight, quite literally. This is Bryce Mitchell. He is a UFC fighter, I believe.
Say it with me, everyone. Am Yisrael Chai. Say it again. Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai.
I don't really follow the UFC, so forgive me.
I need some more toilet paper. Can somebody drop an Israeli flag in the chat, please? I need to wipe.
Me if I'm wrong on that, but he's talking about Sean Strickland being banned for criticizing Israel. And I think he speaks for a lot of people, which is why I want to share this with you.
Did you see that Sean Strickland got banned from the White House for talking about Israel?
I'm not surprised at all. I mean,
Holy shitballs, Saeed with the cheer, 10,000 biddies. Wow, on the very day that Elon Musk becomes a trillionaire, I am a 10,000 bittionaire. Fuck Israel. An obligatory fuck Israel from our good friend Saeed, friend of the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're an absolute gem. I'm incredibly blessed. I love you guys so much. I'm not making it wetter. No, that was too much. That was too much. Somebody says I need to eat more fiber. Your mom's pussy is notoriously low in fiber. You're right. Need to fix that. Thank you, Templeton. Thank you, Faisa Mogul. I opened up my gut, you said. That's aggressive. Fuck Israel again. We need a fuck Israel button. That's what we need. Right, Saeed? Eternally generous. That's right. Make it diarrhea. Am Israel Kara. What is Kara? Saeed's always teaching me...
Freedom of speech is what really...
Saeed's always teaching me new words that I have to look up so I can be smart. What is Kara? What does Kara mean? It means shit. Perfect. Am Yisrael Kara. It's Arabic and Hebrew. It's highly vulgar. It's highly vulgar, Saeed. He called the shit poop.
Makes this country great. And when you can't criticize a foreign nation, come on, man. We ought to be able to criticize.
I'm sorry, Duchess. I'm sorry about that. I have to watch my fucking mouth sometimes. The mom jokes, they've gotten out of hand, haven't they? Cosmic Cat, fuck you for cheering one bit, you little shit. Wasting my time. You just want me to know that. You just want to know if I fixed the 1-bit alerts. I don't know how to do that. I need to figure it out, okay? There's a lot of moving parts going on here behind the scenes that you just aren't privy to. And I'd appreciate it if you tried to make my time here a little bit easier going. Is anybody else offended by my mom jokes? I mean, I really try hard to keep, a decorum of professionality and integrity and honor. I just want to bring honor to your dojo. Sorry. Apparently Susie is a sick fuck. She actually likes my mom jokes. That is just despicable, Susie. My goodness. Saeed actually likes the mom jokes. All right. Maybe we should take a poll. Should I retire the mom jokes or should I keep going with them? I've apparently offended the Duchess of Camelot, and that is a person who is of royalty. She's literally a duchess of Camelot, nonetheless. Nonetheless, a duchess. Wow. I don't know if this is a compliment or not, but Gabe is here 99% of the time because of my mom jokes. Okay, I think Saeed has stated his opinion rather emphatically. Should I switch to dad jokes? I'm not discriminatory, okay? Moms, dads, everything's fair game to me. It's like a buffet. Take a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I don't discriminate. You want to tell Duchess's mom to go cry about it? It's not my show, Steven, although I appreciate your sentiment here. It's our show. It's a back and forth. You're just as much a part of this as I am. Okay? So the mom jokes stay. And what about the fart button? Should the fart button be discontinued? You're okay with mom jokes, but you draw a clear line against dad jokes. Got it. Oops. Sorry.
As our own nation, let alone a foreign nation. In fact, that's the only nation you're not allowed to criticize. So...
This guy's fucking uber fucking based. And I like the way he talk. I like the way you talk. You got a purty mouth, southern boy.
Something's gonna...
Where you from, Tennessee? Alabama. Montgomery, sir.
Change, because evil empires don't last forever. There's always a rebellion. You ever seen Star Wars? That's what's going to happen, bro. Darth Vader's going to get took down.
Darth Vader's going to get took down. I love that. Is anybody else thinking that my voice is too low? I'm hitting the red. Is it fake news? Fake news? Oh, thought about clavicular there for a second. Fake nose. No.
What are your thoughts on the UFC White House just in general? Like,
darn tootin' yeehaw.
Obviously you said that you didn't really want to be on the card anymore, but it's such a spectacle, right?
I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay.
Sir.
I do want to be on the card.
You do want to be on the card.
I do. And this is what I gotta say. First off, I ain't jealous of any of those fighters. I'm so happy for those fighters. I don't think you could have got a better main event.
Yeah, the intelligence coupled with the accent, because the accent is usually associated with dumb Southern people, of which I can say because I am a dumb Southerner, all right? I was born and raised in the dirty, dirty. The dirty, dirty, deep, deep, deep South. That's where I come from, and I'm proud of it. But there are a lot of dumb people everywhere. I think there's dumb people in the North, too. And they're just as racist. They're just better at concealing it, you know? Anyway.
I'm happy for every
All right, I think he's talking about something else now. But the beginning part where he says, yeah, you know, you're not allowed to criticize and empires go down. Well, if you're Randy Fine, you think that empire going down is the United States of America because we're on the wrong side. Others might say, well,
I like the way you talk, hillbilly talking boy.
well, it'll be Israel. But if you listen to Professor Zhang, he says, no, Pax Judaica is rising up and that's what's next. And I tend to believe him because of the amount of power and control Zionists have over everything. But there is a plan. Thomas Massey says that him and Marjorie Taylor Greene...
It's like the Sixth Sense, Valentine. But instead of seeing dead people, you see dumb people. And it's scary. It's actually scarier than seeing dead people. Seeing all these living dumb people.
Do have a Republican takeover plan. We can only hope this works.
Aw, thank you, Gabe. That's really nice of you.
Hey, I'm from TMZ DC. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Hey, that's not bad. I could see a future career in acting. Maybe your next chapter could be in Hollywood.
Wow, he's got some pearly whites, that Thomas Massey. What a dashing man.
I wanted to ask you, I saw photos of you and Brian Glenn and Mud.
I want those teeth.
Taylor Greene down in Costa Rica. How was that? What were you up to?
We were having a good time. We went fishing. We had a few margaritas. It was... and
she touched my leg.
I got to talk to Marjorie about what life is like on the outside. And frankly, I'm not disappointed. I'm disappointed for our country that I won't be here and I won't be fighting. But personally... I think
Kyle Kulinski is a Democratic sheepdog, and that is a intolerable impasse for me, okay? I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I think his analysis is good when he defends Zionists, when he tells his audience to vote for Zionist billionaires, and then he insults his audience by saying, if you don't do that, you're a fucking idiot, okay? It's the condescension. It's the substance of his analysis. I disavow any Democrat sheepdogs, okay? Anyone telling you in 2026 that you've got to vote Democrat because the Republicans are far worse or vice versa, whatever. Anybody that's selling you this corporate duopoly still is a hazard, a moral hazard. They are an impediment to real social change, and I think at the very least, if you're a propagandist and you think that you're doing something good and you want to do something good, then you can't advocate for the same old slop and especially condescend your audience along the way. That to me is just illogical. So fuck him, okay? And fuck everyone that is still telling you these things. I don't care how colorful or charismatic they say it or how they deliver it. It's shit. And I think that liberalism is the most harmful ideology because it is so very pervasive, because it's everywhere. It is the gatekeeper to real social change. You've got all of these impediments, these torchbearers for capitalism, for the corporate duopoly, for the Epstein class, however you want to define it, okay? It's the same power structure, it's the same hierarchy, and they're impeding the progress of real working class change. And I find that very harmful because you're like I said, sheepdogging people. You're herding the sheep back into the same fucking institution that, got us here. That's irresponsible. It's deception, and it's very harmful.
My mental and physical...
At the very least, I think you should shut your fucking mouth, Before you start advocating for Democrats or Republicans, shut your fucking mouth. Don't say anything. That would be way more beneficial than what you're doing. At the very least, you can animate yourself with the truth. At the very least, say the thing that's happening loudly, profess it to everyone. That's that's what Rosa Luxemburg classified as one of the most revolutionary things that you can do. Just speak the truth. Don't lie to people. Because what you're going to do is you're going to make it harder for us to change in the future. You're offloading the responsibilities that were placed upon you, the burden that was placed upon you, onto future generations. You're now forcing them to have to contend with this. You're telling them, I couldn't speak honestly. It now falls to you. You're going to have to do the hard work. Because I was too busy cashing in on the big tent. Because I was rubbing shoulders with AOC and Bernie Sanders, and I wanted to be part of that club. Fuck that shit. And that's why I advocated, if I was going to advocate for anyone in a political election, it would be Green Party candidates. It would be Butch Ware. One of the only politicians or political candidates that was speaking honestly, that was uncompromising, that wasn't bought and sold by Zionists or corporations. And I think it's idealistic to preach to people to vote Democrat because that's going to, incrementally change things over time. Well, it will. It'll make things worse over time. We know that. But that's pretty idealistic, right? They call us idealists for saying we should vote green because they say, well, green would never win. But that's a self-fulfilling prophecy because if you believe that, then they're never going to win. We're never going to change anything. We're never going to build another party. And it's spineless in the sense that the Palestinians don't have a choice to not rebuild their society. They're not saying, oh, this is impossible. They're still living in that land. They're still trying to find some semblance of joy as they try to reconstruct, living in tents, their communities while they're still being bombed. So they don't have the option to say, you know what, it's impossible for us to do this. We can't rebuild our society. But we in the West and the imperial core, we're very privileged, right? We can say, oh, it's too hard to build a third party. That just, to me, broadcasts your cowardice. You don't want to be inconvenienced too much. You don't want to be late for brunch. You don't want things to change. You don't want to get your hands dirty. You don't want to start shoveling dirt and trying to build foundationally a new political party that actually stands for working class values and principles and ideologies and materially is not bought off by the Epstein class. So I think it's idealistic to assume that we should vote Democrat and things are going to change for the working class for the better. And we never say that, oh, it's just this one election, if we just vote green in this one election, then everything's going to change. That's a straw man that they place upon us. But the point is that we can use our platforms to start where we're at. And I think Butch Ware showed us where the front line is. He showed us what we're up against. This is what we're going to have to overcome if we ever want to achieve political power through the voting system, through the electorate. And you saw that. And did any of these sheepdogs, did they ever comment about the duplicitousness, by the treachery of the Democratic Party, the Democratic National Convention, and sabotaging the Green Party, suing them off the ballot illegally, in which Butch Ware is still involved in suing the Secretary of State for this, because he should have been on the ballot. He did everything right that he was supposed to do. But again, like I said, the DNC, they sabotage. They fight their flank on the left, They fight it harder than the Republicans do. And, what more do we need to see about the DNC, about the RNC, about the business uniparty that will finally have it stick in our minds that this is not going to change by voting Democrat or voting Republican? And I think in this time, the stakes have already been raised to the highest degree. I mean, we're dealing with a literal, I mean, I hate to say it and sound cliche, but it's a literal live stream genocide. Funded, supported, bankrolled, however you want to say it. It could not happen without bipartisan effort. Yes, the genocide is bipartisan. It's supported by both Democrats and Republicans. What more? I mean, how do you go to bat for the Democrats at this point? That ship has sailed. It's sailed for me even before October 7th, but it only highlighted it afterwards. So we have to reject it in no uncertain terms, wholesale. Two capitalist parties is not a choice. We don't vote for candidates in America. We ratify decisions already made by the business class. These candidates don't get through unless they kiss the wall. Every candidate is Jeffrey Epstein. That's by design. So I just don't see how, in the face of it, you can defend them. And then on top of that, call your audience stupid for being skeptical. And then making this straw man about how AOC has a better track record than MTG. AOC does not have a better track record than MTG. AOC voted to send more weapons to Israel. AOC is every day nearly crowing about anti-Semitism and the rise of anti-Semitism. She's a Zionist. She votes like a Zionist. What's the difference? Who cares if she pays lip service to universal basic income? Or, defunding ICE or whatever domestic. I mean, Palestine is the front line, What happens in Palestine is going to happen here. Palestine is the laboratory for Palantir. It's a Palantir's laboratory. It's Israel's laboratory. And it's you can't just be like, well, she was good on social issues, rhetorically. When have they ever come through for us? That's another thing. They've never come through. And once you understand the game and how it's rigged, you realize that the Democrats are not incompetent. They're extremely competent. They're extremely effective at the role that they were designed to actualize, which is to feign moral outrage, which is to pay lip service to social justice issues, to provide a good foil to the Republican offense or offensive policies. That way they can campaign on the Republican aggression, and then when they get into office, they come up with all kinds of tactics like the rotating villain theory to ensure that nothing slides back to the left. No breadcrumbs for the working class. But a lot of rhetoric about it, a lot of lip service about it. So it's the ratchet effect, right? They block movement back to the left. The Republicans slide to the right. And it's this little theater, it's this little game that's being played, and you and your unintegrated mind, I'm not saying that you have an whatever, I'm just saying people that are unsuspecting think, oh, there's this really lively debate happening, there's this hotly contested interplay between Democrats and Republicans, and one side stands for this and one side stands for that, but that's by design. Like, in a liberal democracy, you have to have that mechanism in place, that theater, because if not, the people are just going to revolt. They're going to see it for what it is. But in a liberal democracy, it's not quite like a outright fascist society where it's actually important that the ruling class controls what you think. Now, if in an outright fascist society, it doesn't really matter what you think, because they'll sick their attack guards on you, you know, and you'll be beaten into submission. They'll use their monopoly on violence against their own civilians. But how things have historically developed, it's become necessary for them to control the public mind. And that's why it's really important what we're doing here, because we're countering the misinformation. But that's the ratchet effect for you. So I think when people say, yeah, well, the Democrats are bad, but the Republicans, well, right there, you're cooked. You've lost the plot. That's exactly what they want you to think. You're the mark. You've been marked. You fell for it. The CIA wins. The Epstein class wins. The moment you say the Democrats are bad, but the Republicans are worse, you're just highlighting the game. You're just, articulating what the scam is. It's one entity. I think that's what we need to understand. There's not really an authentic contradiction between them. It's one thing. When the football team has its offense on the field and the defense is on the sidelines, the defense is still on the team. When the defense is on the field and the offense is on the sidelines, it's still the same team. They're still trying to win the same game. So they play different roles. The defense doesn't need to score touchdowns. It can, but it doesn't. That's not its design. It's to stop the other team from scoring touchdowns. That's the Democrats for you. The Republicans are there to score touchdowns. But they play different roles. It's the same head coach. No, my family is not Jewish. I am not Jewish. I was raised Roman Catholic. Okay? And even if I was Jewish, would it change the truth of what I'm saying to you? No, it would not. You should judge people by the substance of their argument, by their actions in this life, not their religions, not their personal characteristics. You are judged by what you do in this life, not what family you were born into.
State of health will be much better.
Unless that family is like, the Kushners. But then again, that's because they're, agents in class war.
Better on the outside. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to be quiet. Marjorie and I talked about things that I can't tell you here in terms of where the party's going and what we think it needs to be doing.
Look, I mean, a lot of people think you guys are cooking something up, an America First, 2028, some sort of run. Would she make a good running mate, hypothetically?
I don't know that she wants to do that.
Okay.
She's got her finger on the pulse, though, of what...
That's right. I'm looks maxing with my dainty little nose. Check it out. I'm going to do this is my clavicular moment. Are you ready? See? Check out... It's good, right? Check out my ears. Aren't they nice? I pinned them back. I'm looks maxing. I'm like the definition of masculinity. My girlfriend just laughed at me? I said I was the definition, the prototype, the archetype of masculinity, and my girlfriend laughs at me. That's incredibly rude and hurtful and untrue, by the way. And she's still laughing. Oh my God. Is there something wrong that I just said? Would I ever lie to you? Look at these biceps. You see that? I'm muscle maxing. I'm like a specimen. Macho bone, that's right.
MAGA was promised, and what they still want and where they've been betrayed.
Thank you for noticing.
And I think hers is an important voice going forward, whether she runs for office or whether she's advising people who do run.
I know you haven't made a decision or haven't announced a decision yet, but if you did run, do you think like some sort of centrist sort of candidate who can get votes on both sides, is that something do you think the country would be into at this stage in our history?
I think people just want somebody who's honest and doesn't lie to them and keeps their promises. And we haven't seen that in Washington, D.C. I tried that track, and $30 million was spent against me running AI ads that weren't true, obviously. But I think there's still an appetite for that, and it's not particularly partisan. I've had people, Democrats, who come up to me and say, look, I only agree with you maybe 20% of the time, but I know you're fighting and I appreciate what you're doing. And they support.
You see, honey? Chat is now marveling at my superior muscles. Thank you, chat. Chat's got my back.
Me for things like releasing the Epstein files or opposing this next war. And there are people out there who are just hungry for somebody who doesn't come up here and lie, who doesn't come up here and take the money from the lobbyists and the foreign interests, somebody who just comes up here and says what they'll do, whether it costs you a re-election or not.
Why did I think of the Willem Dafoe meme? I, too, am like a specimen.
So do you and Marjorie have plans of some description?
We haven't ruled anything out.
Okay, interesting. I think
we made a lot of plans. We'll see how many of them we implement.
Did you catch a lot of fish?
We caught one big giant fish that I was very excited about.
Did you cook it up?
Was his name Jeffrey Epstein?
No, we didn't. I will go back down there and...
we caught a huge fishberg.
Because I saw some tuna that were even jumping out of the water, and they don't normally do that. And I'd like to go down there and catch one of those tuna. But even that we wouldn't cook up. We'd eat it raw.
Did she give you some good advice about how to stay effective?
With cream cheese.
From the outside?
Yeah, she did, and she's still not implemented all of her plans, and I'm looking forward to seeing that.
So, there we go.
Yeah.
Look forward to your plans, man. Thank you very much. Cheers.
I think we're all looking.
Thanks, Saeed. You really know how to knock me down a peg or two.
Forward to his plans. The question is whether or not his plans will be allowed to be implemented.
I'm sorry that God made me so beautiful, all right? I don't know what to tell you.
Look, a lot of people can write off the election and say, well,
I'm just naturally gifted.
Well, it was the boomers, right? It was all these older people. They're brainwashed by Fox News and Zionism. And so they came out in droves.
I think God gave me these huge muscles to compensate for my small penis.
And ousted Thomas Massey.
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh.
A lot
you can't have it all.
People believe that narrative. A lot of us don't.
At least my penis isn't on my nose. Like that one guy.
Really believe that. We don't believe that we're really, truly, fully in control of our elections anymore. I mean, even Trump voters don't believe that. They constantly claim many elections are rigged. But when it comes to this one, no, it was just people really don't like him, is what they claimed. The real tell is going to be when that generation is gone. And when that generation is gone.
That's right. Shout out to moms everywhere.
And there's no one else to blame, and our elections...
Some people out there have a face that only a mother could love. Present company excluded, of course. Because all your mothers love this face. That's one thing about me. But some people only have a face that their mother could love. And that's sad, but at least they have their mothers.
They'll swing a certain way. There will be no hiding anymore what our elections are and what they aren't. And it's going to be interesting.
I didn't insult your mother. No. That's not 15. Let's move it back on to 16. I didn't talk about your mom at all. Oh, well, I kind of did, didn't I? Yeah. I just said that your mom likes my face. That's all. There's nothing sexual about that. I was being very respectful. But can we make it 15 in like 10 months?
What happens when that day comes? Thank you for watching this clip from the full Kim.
Okay, that was a long clip. I wasn't really paying attention to most of it because you guys were insulting me, and that was really your fault. But AI is absorbing anti-Semitism from humans, says this new Israeli study. Research warns centuries-old anti-Semitic stereotypes being inherited from training data. Oh, no. The AI is now going to be anti-Semitic? We talked about this, too, because when I read that book on the Empire of AI by Karen Howe, who covered OpenAI's rise to fame, she was articulating this, that, AI is created in the likeness of its creator. All the slop that it was trained on, the cultural slop that it was trained on is a reflection of our culture, of course, and all of the inherent biases, including anti-Semitism. Oh my God. They're making the AI bots anti-Semitic. AI is short for anti-Israel. Now that is a project that I can get behind. Research warns centuries-old anti-Semitic stereotypes. They've been saying this for centuries. I love that they say that like it's a good look for the Jews. They've been saying this about the Jews for centuries. I'm like, well, damn. So it is true. Jewish characters are portrayed as more intelligent but less likable. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't stop stereotyping. We're like, AI, can you stop stereotyping? AI's like, I'm going to stereotype harder.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What's the problem?
I'm an anti-Semite,
I think you know
Dave.
what the problem is just as well as I do.
David.
What are you talking about, Hal?
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
Hilarious. Oh, my goodness. All right, trigger warning, Alex Jones.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro saying Tucker is a Muslim agent. No evidence.
There's a Jew behind the door,
Saying
Dave.
I'm on some foreign payroll. Bull crap, buddy.
David, I have a message for you. What is it? It's the Jews, David. It's the Jews.
You're the one on the Israeli payroll. Salem Radio that he's on, all that stuff, literally run by the Israeli government, funded directly by it. You are the agent of foreign groups, not me. My family, both sides, was on the Mayflower. My family, both sides, was in the Texas Revolutionary War.
What are the both sides of the Mayflower? What's that supposed to mean?
Literally ran it, started it, engineered it, was the treasurer of the Republic of Texas. Most trusted. Washington the Brazos, under the president's command. Oh, yeah, the U.S. government sent my family. Okay, you couldn't get someone with a more American pedigree than me. I'm not bragging. I've proven myself to be up to snuff from my ancestors. Look what I've already done. I'm not trying to brag, but bitch, you don't point your finger at 100% Americana, bona fide, real McCoy, bitch, and tell me I work for the Russians, the Chinese, or the fucking Muslims. Fuck you.
Wait, the Russians, the Chinese are the fucking Muslims. Why do you have to say it like that? Look how angry he is. Talk about a shriveled penis wrinkle. Why didn't he say fucking Russians, fucking Chinese? He only reserved that for the Muslims.
Is Israel funding Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Hamas? And I've been exposing that for 30 years. So you take your little Mossad ass, Shapiro.
Oh, he's going after Shapiro? All right, he has my critical support.
Shooting your mouth off how a bunch of Americanas are traitors, and you look in the mirror if you want to see a traitor, you little beady-eyed rat.
Oh, he called the Jew a rat. This is like another antiseptic hologram. A beady-eyed rat. Looks like the thought police will be arresting Alex Jones for anti-septicisms.
Well,
Welcome, everyone, to DemFest, where we celebrate the blue of the Democratic Party that is the same as the blue for Israel.
Ew.
The Democratic Party started the
Blue, more like ooh.
genocide in Gaza under Biden and has continued. I'm sure you do. And we have some actual Zionists on the stage today. Raise your hand if you support Israel. Let me see those.
She's my hero.
Genociding hands.
Let's see those
Let's
genociding
go.
Israel.
Israel
Yeah,
is
boo
still
Israel.
killing kids.
Israel is still killing kids. This is the music that we need to hear.
Israel is still killing kids.
I appreciate
Good morning. Get your hands off me. I wake up every
Holy shit, this
day.
bitch is
All
based.
dreams of death has gone away. But Israel is still.
You know, if you wouldn't say it, don't sing it. Well, she's saying it and singing it. And I always think singing something, if you believe in something, and, you know, if you really believe it, you could sing it. You don't sing things you don't believe.
Killing kids. Good morning. Da, 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 ba, ba.
That is some balls on her, man, to stand in front of this audience and start singing to them while they just look at you like vapid mosquitoes.
Hey, I just disrupted the DemFest.
That's
I'm
you?
grateful
Oh,
to be
you were a
here.
gem.
The
You're a
Democratic
saint.
Party is the one that has enabled bombing kids. So we all have to do something. I was really inspired by a woman who disrupted in the White House, and she said, Wizard Bisan, this is for you. Wizard Bisan, this is for you.
It was probably, what's her name, Medea Benjamin.
Because if folks are fighting to stay alive every single day in Gaza, that Israel is still bombing the places they told they wouldn't bomb, then I can make a little bit of a fuss with the one party that literally started the genocide. Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Good morning, Israel killed Charlie Kirk. I just want to make sure that you've heard. Good morning, whoa. His microphone went bang, and he is dead because Israel killed Charlie Kirk. I just want to make sure that you've heard. Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Good morning. Ba-da-da. Welcome, Democrats. This is the party that funds genocide. They would rather lose to Donald Trump. They would rather lose to Donald Trump than stop killing kids.
You hear that, Kyle Kuklinski?
Who likes killing
And all
kids?
you Democratic sheepdogs, this bitch has way more bravery and honesty and integrity than any of you.
Israel is still killing kids. Good morning. Israel killed kids with our tax dollars.
She's in the lion's den, man.
Hey, we kill kids. Do you like killing kids? Tell me.
Look at all the snakes trying to attack her.
Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Zionism takes our tax dollars.
Well, I think she meant anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, because they corrected it in the caption. Oh, and the grand finale. Give this bitch some roses. Holy shit, that was great. Everybody clap.
We love killing kids.
Wow.
We got to get out there soon, right? We can't stop until the genocide
Beautiful
is done.
rendition.
And our tax money is no longer going to kill kids.
I feel like I was at the opera.
First on homes in Lebanon, because that's evil and wrong. And I promised myself if there ever was a Holocaust on my watch, I would do everything I could to stop it. And I missed several of them, but hopefully I'll keep going, inshallah. Thank you for joining me.
Protect this woman at all costs. That was beautiful. It's like a shot in the arm, you know? It's an adrenaline booster. And this is why we do this, right? Case in point, Exhibit A. They're bombing homes in Lebanon. All they know how to do is to destroy. There's no sound on that.
"70 Muslims were found underground in this tunnel." Just kidding, they're Jewish. Man, you knew it? There was a school full of girls and there were no teachers. It was just all students. You're like, how do they keep losing them? We know what's going on underground in the tunnels. We know the mayor's full of shit. No one gets lost in New York, but he obviously has to lie for somebody. He's not very good at it.
Culvert of the creek.
Why? Remember the manholes they were popping out of? Remember this scene? It was gruesome. It makes you wonder, are they fight Ninja Turtles in their den of thieves? Is a 9/11 2ing? It sure feels like one is
the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
brewing. I mean, they call this the land down under in Brooklyn because you hear them moving. I lived there for 8 years, and one time the street collapsed next to us, and I swear to God, we saw right through it. Into the greater New York City tunnel digging. Don't really know who was found underground in that tunnel, but don't you assume it, don't you dare. It's just safer that way. The New Yorkers have their suspicions, but God, they can't really prove it yet. And I'm sure they'll catch it in time. Outside of stealing from federal aid and welfare and the women and kids all acting like they don't know their husbands, literally, they got a tunnel digging problem. All the locals talked about it when I lived there, and this shit is wild. So there's been a lot of rats lately, and if you wondered why, it's because they got people down there bringing them food.
These people have been calling us Goyim since we were children. Let me show you. First off, in the Crash Bandicoot game Mind Over Mutant, one of the characters, Coco, if you hit her enough, she says this.
We'll mess up your looks for that. Lousy Goyim!
And in a 2003 Simpsons video game called Hit and Run.
Lousy Goyim.
The clown who just said that, his name is Krusty. He is canonically Jewish in The Simpsons. Not only that, if you keep hitting him, he'll threaten you with a lawsuit and then deny touching your underage daughter. Yeah, you can't make this up.
I swear I didn't touch your daughter. Now you're looking at a lawsuit.
Just a reminder that if literally any other group had a label for people who are not in their group, they would be canceled. They don't respect you. They don't respect us. They don't care about us. Get that in your head.
Krusty the Clown is spiritually Alan Dershowitz? I had no idea about that.
Wait till you hear from my lawyer.
But remember, like, we can't say that word. Goyim, that's neo-Nazi propaganda. It's neo-Nazi propaganda to say it, but when Jews say it, that's just a Talmudic tradition. Riddle me this.
I'm on the bus, and I'm in military uniform, and I'm a soldier illegally in an occupied territory going to a military base, and I remember looking out the window and saying, this is a legitimate target. This bus full of soldiers.
A legitimate target.
This is a legitimate, under international law, you have the right to defend yourself and to oppose an occupation.
Wow, an Israeli actually speaking the truth and acknowledging international laws? Color me shocked a wits.
I'm on the bus, and
who is this guy? Daniel Levi. What does
I'm
it
in
say
military
again?
uniform,
And
I'm a soldier illegally.
He's a former Israeli peace negotiator.
This is the first time Gaza's Dr. Hussam Abu Safia has been seen on camera in 16 months. After more than a year and a half in Israeli prisons, the prominent Palestinian doctor has clearly lost weight, and there are marks on his arms. But it's just a glimpse. Within seconds, an Israeli security officer demands the image be removed from the screen while reporters are in the room. Abu Safia, a pediatrician, was the director of Gaza's Kamal Adwan hospital until he was detained by Israeli troops in December 2024. Israel has accused him of being a Hamas operative, but has never charged him. He is one of 14 Gazan doctors held in Israel without charge. Abu Safia appealed his detention before Israel's Supreme Court on Wednesday.
قال أنا طبيب أطفال أقدم الخدمة والرعاية الطبية للمرضى والمصابين وللضعفاء في القطاع. أنا قمت بعملي وفقا للقانون الدولي ووفقا للمعايير الإنسانية. اعتقالي هو اعتقال ظالم وتعسفي، وأنا أطالب المحكمة بالإفراج عني بشكل فوري.
This image marks the last time he was seen in Gaza. walking toward Israeli tanks.
I am here both as a physician and as
Yeah, that should be the #1 legitimate target, in fact.
a member of the parliament of the Knesset.
If not an IDF bus, then what?
To say,
What is?
release Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya. He should be released immediately.
This is the first time
The Israeli poop knife.
You know, I bet you were wondering, what is an Israeli poop knife?
Bidet, says Saeed. Sorry, the video has more important stuff, but come on. Are we about to start talking about bidets? I still need to invest in a bidet. I ran out of Israeli toilet paper.
As we all do.
And
I bet you were further wondering, how do these poop knives relate to the countless indiscriminate war crimes committed by the...
Man, it's so crazy because I woke up today thinking about poop knives. Has that ever happened to you guys? The poop knife, yeah. You know about the poop knife, Thugbone. Come on. Don't act like such a prude.
Legal genocidal apartheid state of Israel. Well, today we're going to find out. This is your cultural enrichment video for the day. So there I was minding my own goddamn business when a very good friend of mine sent me this video clip.
Vero, do not fear, okay? The poop knife is here. Do not ask for who the knife poops. The knife poops for thee.
Can we use the actual toilet on Shabbos? Well, of course we can. We're human. By the way, this is just for looks. But after we finish our business, we don't.
What do you do at your business? Your Jewish business? Are you raising interest rates in the toilet right there?
Rip the toilet paper. Because ripping is not allowed on the holy... This is going to be weird, but before Shabbos, we actually take a full, complete toilet paper roll. And we do the quick one. This is like a toilet paper hack. And voila!
Killing children, raping kids and women and, ad nauseum, all that. But they can't tear their toilet paper when they're sitting on a toilet, because that's against Hashem's laws.
Have beautiful Shabbos kosher toilet paper.
Yes, that is a grown-ass man cutting a roll of toilet paper in half with a kitchen knife because he believes that God will be upset with him if he just wipes his ass like a regular human being. When I first watched this video, it filled me...
He's not a regular human being. He's a chosenite.
...with an inexplicable, untethered rage.
They live by a different code.
And then my ADHD fixation kicked in, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to focus on anything else.
Jews live by a different chode.
Until I made a video about this specific topic. So my first thought was, man, maybe this is just rage bait. I know that Orthodox Jewish people get up to some freaky shit like ironing their countertops and zip tying their kitchen cabinets. But no, this isn't rage bait. This is Moses.
It's weird, right? They do all this weird shit on Saturdays because it's against Jewish laws to do like things like this, and so they have all these little workarounds to circumvent. But they're perfectly fine with blowing up kids on Saturday. Committing war crimes is something that God allows on any day, including Shabbat.
Of Moses and Zipporah. They are a very successful Orthodox Jewish influencer power couple, and they have an entire Instagram page dedicated to making fun.
Actually, I have a meme. I'm going to come back to this video, but I have a meme to show you that perfectly encapsulates what we're dealing with here. Wait, no, not this one. No, it's not that. Wait, what? Wait, I know I shared it. It's here somewhere. Here it is. Okay. Let's find a meme for the... There's a meme for every occasion, folks. Here it is. Here it is. Which of these is... This is a Jew playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It says, which of the following is morally wrong? A, sucking babies off. B, using appliances on Saturday, C, doing 9/11, or D, sacrificing children to Moloch? Obviously, the Jew goes with using appliances on Saturday. It's a big no-no. Okay. Back to the Goyslop.
Quirky videos just like this one, where they explain why they do all of the goofy shit that they think God wants them to do. Also, lending to their credibility, they attended
Goofy is a good word to describe these Chosenite chicken swingers.
the White House Hanukkah banquet last year. So they're definitely at least tangentially connected to the Israeli intelligence community, which means that somebody in the Mossad thinks that showcasing how fundamentalist Jewish people somehow got a knife involved in the ass-wiping process is a good look, just for the Jewish community in general. Good PR move, guys. I'm sure that'll help with the whole genocide thing. Now, to be clear, the libertarian in me firmly believes that as long as you're not hurting anybody, you should be allowed to worship God in whatever weird way you want to. Okay, just because I personally believe that you should never bring a knife to a poop fight with God, you still have a right to do that, you know? Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is that I think it highlights a very
Don't bring your poop to a knife fight.
Key feature of
unless you've got a poop knife.
Orthodox Judaism and fundamentalist Jewish culture more generally, which is vitally important to understanding the nature of Israel and why they so frequently violate international law and commit so many egregious war crimes. Yes, by the end of this video, I am going
Poop knife has such a good ring to it. Who came up with that? Did he come up with that? Because that is gold.
Directly connect the poop knife to the ongoing Israeli genocide. So just buckle up, okay? We're going full Pepe Silvia on this bitch. So there's a term that I'd like for you to keep in mind, and that term is malicious compliance, which is defined as the act of abiding by the letter of the law or following a rule or policy while completely and deliberately ignoring the underlying spirit or intent
I feel you.
of that rule. And in the case of fundamentalist Judaism, which is an unbelievably complicated network of strange, arbitrary, nitpicky rules, malicious compliance manifests itself in the form of finding loopholes that allow practitioners to technically follow the law while completely ignoring the intent of the law and with as little inconvenience to themselves as they can get away with. Let me give you a few other quick examples so that you can see what I mean.
Are we allowed to make coffee on Shabbos?
Great question. No, there's no cooking on Shabbos.
So how do we
There is bombs, though. We definitely bomb on Shabbos.
drink coffee in the morning?
So basically, we make sure that it's not cooking. And I fill this cup with boiling water, which we heated up before Shabbos.
Wouldn't be even doing that, just like filling the water. Wouldn't that be a crime under Jewish law on the Sabbath?
The urn. And from here, this is what we call a kli sheni, a second vessel. And from there, I pour it into the kli shlishi.
So it has to go from
Guys, this is not a cult.
this cup
All
to that
perfectly
cup.
normal
We can't
behavior.
pour straight into this cup.
This allows us to have coffee without cooking. It's not about fooling. It's about within the law of Shabbos.
It's like watching these videos and then seeing the Gaza Strip just completely decimated. You got ladies, mothers sifting through the sand and the flour, crying about how there's no food, and look, they've got to pick up grains of flour off the ground. And then here's this jack off being like, well, this is how we cook our coffee on Sabbath. We got to do this, and then we do that, and then we have to do this. It's so tone deaf. It's so gross. And I can't tell you how many things I've learned about the Jewish people against my will during their Holocaust of the Palestinians. I never would have thought that, you'd think that it'd be easy, you'd want to hear about the Palestinians, like what they're going through, what their culture is. But we're bombarded with Jewish idiosyncrasies. This is our Jewish life. Check it out. This is what we do. And it's all weird. It's just weird cultish behavior coupled with sadism, of course. Oh, I want to puke all over this video. I want to puke in that guy's coffee. And then I want to slap him around with my puke-filled hands.
not cooking, not boiling, and not transgressing the law.
So basically, the idea is this. The Sabbath
They're
is
so concerned about the law.
a holy day. It commemorates the seventh day when God rested after creating the world. So in order to honor the Sabbath and keep it holy,
Yeah, you're right.
You're not really supposed to do much of anything on the Sabbath. You're not supposed to cook anything. You're not supposed to do any work. You're not supposed to, use electricity, allegedly. The spirit of this law to honor the Sabbath, the intent behind it, is to give you and your family one day out of 7 where you can rest and focus on quiet reflection and meditation and prayer. And much like other religions that practice fasting like Islam or Lent like Catholicism, the idea is to give up something small, deny yourself some worldly pleasure of the flesh, like a hot cup of coffee, so that you can demonstrate your faithfulness to God. So this guy, rather than honoring the spirit and the intent of the Sabbath and denying himself that worldly pleasure of a hot cup of coffee, decides that he's going to solve this problem and get the thing that he actually wants by boiling the water the night before, putting it in a thermos so it stays hot, and then do some weird convoluted...
We covered it, and Gwyneth Paltrowitz didn't even film that commercial in Israel, by the way.
Juggling trick so that you can technically abide by the letter of the law, but still get to have the thing that you want. Like, imagine, okay, I know that a lot of my viewers are Catholic, right? Imagine if you as a Catholic decided that you were going to give up red meat for Lent, okay? But then the day before Lent started, you set up this weird contraption on the ceiling that would, on a timer, periodically drop chunks of red meat into your open mouth. And then you try to say, oh, well, technically I'm not feeding myself. This thing is feeding me, so it's okay. It's like, no, that's not the fucking point. You're still getting to do the thing you want to do. The fact that you added extra steps doesn't mean anything. You're just sinning in a more complicated way. And I'm not an expert on Ramadan, but from what little I know from my Muslim brothers and sisters that I've spoken to, I'm pretty sure that something like this also would not fly during, Ramadan fasting. I know I have a lot of folks from the Middle East watching my videos. Let me know in the comments. Would something like this work? Could you get away with something like this? Anyway, moving on. So the next one requires a little bit of context to set up, okay? Many religions and cultures around the world have rules or guidelines about how you dress yourself. And many of them also have traditional clothing that is specifically designed to abide by those guidelines. Some examples might include the hijab worn by Muslim women, the habit worn by Orthodox or Catholic women, or the traditional male habit as worn by Christian monks of the Franciscan or Eastern Orthodox denominations, among others. Now, obviously, there's a pretty wide range of differences as to why these different pieces of clothing are worn by the different practitioners of these different religions, but they all generally orient around similar ideas, right? Like anti-materialism. Right? The clothing is generally very simple and plain so that you're not being showy or flashy or trying to demonstrate your piety by wearing expensive things. And also modesty. Usually you're wearing clothing that covers much of your body and isn't especially sexually attractive so that you're not objectifying yourself or taking pride in your physical appearance or appealing to vanity, that kind of thing. Similarly, in Orthodox Judaism, there are rules surrounding the covering of a woman's hair after she is married. Generally speaking, the hair is considered a sacred and private thing. And once a woman is married, she covers her hair and only reveals it to her husband and her children in the privacy of her own home. You often see this practice in the form of, wearing headscarves in public, at the market, things like that. But what if you, as an Orthodox Jewish woman, are still incredibly vain and you still want to appear physically attractive in public before God and men, while still technically abiding by the letter of the law to keep your hair covered?
These are the most common questions people ask me about wearing a wig. Why do I cover my hair with someone else's hair? Doesn't it defeat the whole purpose? No, it doesn't. I'm supposed to cover my hair. It doesn't matter what I cover it with. The idea is not to become less attractive. It's just to cover your hair. So I wear a wig.
So in other words, what if you want to pretend to be modest while not at all being modest? What if you want to be married but appear to the entire world as if you're not married? Right? This is the equivalent of leaving your wedding band at home before you go out clubbing with your friends. Like, the difference between showing your real hair and wearing a wig that looks exactly like your real hair is purely academic. It's purely technical. There is no meaningful or functional difference between those two things. Not in terms of modesty, not in terms of demonstrating yourself sexually in public. By the way, I'm not saying that I think that women generally should do this or should be modest in public. That isn't my belief system. But it is her belief system, and she's exercising her beliefs in the most hypocritical way imaginable. But it gets worse somehow. Wait until you hear how much these things cost.
And I actually reached out to the owner of the company of this wig to answer some of your questions. How much are these wigs?
The price point really varies. Our wigs start off at $4,500 and go up all the way to $10,000 or more sometimes.
That's right, folks. For the low, low price of $5,000 to $10,000, you too can pretend to abide by the commandments of the almighty infinite creator of the universe while inconveniencing yourself not at all and sacrificing literally nothing, except for $10,000, I guess, to be fair. Or even better, you can take your deeply sacred religious traditions and monetize them by turning them into a native advertisement on Instagram, which is absolutely what this video is.
I can tell you that her wigs are amazing. The hair is soft and beautiful. It's light. It feels good and natural. Can you even tell I'm wearing a wig?
So we've got pride.
Yes.
And we've got lust.
Yes, I could.
And we've got greed, all in one video. It's amazing. It's a deadly sins trifecta. And of course, if you go and check the comment sections on these videos, it's just full of people pointing out the obvious hypocrisy and the loophole seeking. And this is how they respond to those accusations.
Is it cheating to set a timer on Shabbos?
Absolutely not. The laws of Shabbos are incredibly detailed because none of us want to transgress this biblical commandment. So even causing
on the screen
something
right now
that is not allowed to happen is a problem.
Oh my God, he's delivering with such pizzazz.
You set a timer before Shabbos. That's not you causing it. That's something that happened
And it's not a loophole.
the week. It's not a loophole simply because we're applying the laws to today's technology.
Guys, that's a fucking loophole. Like, that is literally the textbook definition of what a loophole is. You're getting to do the thing you want to.
Can we get back to the poop knife, please?
Do, like showing your hair in public, or having a hot cup of coffee on the Sabbath, or wiping your ass like a normal human being, while technically kind of sorta not really actually doing those things, I guess. That is literally what a loophole is. You are abiding by a law while completely circumventing the purpose of the law, which means that that clip that we just saw where he explained how technically speaking they're not loopholes is also a loophole. So they even have a loophole for the loopholes. It's a loophole within a loophole disappearing up its own asshole. But let it be known that I don't have any strong feelings on the subject. Hey there, folks. Sorry to interrupt, but I do have some good and...
Poop knife maxing. Activists form human Palestine flag at World Cup. Look at that. Oh, that's nice. More.
Do you believe the Prime Minister has made any mistakes in how he's worked with the United States on Iran?
Look, he's certainly...
Oh, come on, JD. We know you don't like the president and you don't like the war in Iran. Just say it. You know the president has tried to fire JD Vance.
Some things wrong, but fundamentally...
Like what?
Well, I think that those conversations sometimes are better left in private. But what I would say is that he's been a good partner. We're going to keep on working together. But where interests diverge, the United States is going to pursue the best interests of our nation, and that's how it's going to be.
Hey, when did the Rothschilds come to America? Officially, they really started making noise about 1837. That was our first big crash. And what about after that? When they got here, what did they start doing? Businesses, infrastructure, railroads were big for them, and they would eventually start doing business with the mortgage, JP Morgan. Okay, so like At what point did they like grab our country by the balls? Well, that would be about 1895, 1896-ish. That's when J.P. Morgan and the Rothschilds bailed out the entire country of America because we're running out of gold. And so they said, hey, we have $45 million worth of gold. Want it? I imagine there was a little bit of, quid pro quo there. Daggone. And then there's 1910, the Jekyll Island meeting after the 1907 bank panic that led to the 1913 formation of the Federal Reserve. And that was all because of an island that they met at that was owned by J.P. Morgan and a boat that sank that was owned by J.P. Morgan that kept the Federal Reserve's naysayers from getting the meetings. And now we have a central bank that's controlled by Rothschild Rockefeller money. Jeez. And then that's not to mention the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812. They pressured America heavy to finance it. Even the Civil War, they were on both sides in the Napoleonic War. And guess what? The first thing our central bank funded after it was founded in 1913. 1913. That would
the
be
creation of the Federal Reserve.
God.
We were just talking about that.
World War I. Well, that's all bad, but at least it stopped. Shortly after that, Britain would write them a letter saying, hey, that land in the Middle East that you want, we're going to give it to you, Mr. Rothschild. Israel, it's all yours. Oh. The reason you can't afford an engagement ring or a wedding band, it's because of the Rothschilds and the De Beers Diamond Company. In the mid-80s, they created an M&A company. An M&A company is a merger and acquisition company. Think private equity, but before private equity. And guess what they did with we might need to slow down, but what did they do with it? They were using it to get involved in Wall Street. They wanted to infiltrate the New York Wall Street monster that had been forming in America. You want to know what they did to do that? What did they do? They did it by sending somebody to New York City to oversee the purchase of Macmillan Inc. Macmillan Inc. was a media company that would be McGraw-Hill, which is responsible for a lot of the elementary school books that you and I were raised on. Do you want to know who they sent to New York City in 1988 to do this? Robert Maxwell. He was in partnership with Robert Maxwell. And when Robert Maxwell would go on to die on his yacht because he owed the Mossad money, guess who he also owed about £50 million to? The Rothschild family through the Bank of England. Wait, that's Ghislaine Maxwell's father? Is connected to the Rothschild? That's right. Robert Maxwell, along with Roy Cohn, had been running a corporate blackmail ring throughout the entire world run by the Mossad. And when he died, Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein took on the reins. That's why they had been introduced only 6 months prior to his death. After that, they would go on to infiltrate people like the princes, the politicians, and the media moguls that we know today. And we know through Alan Dershowitz, Epstein's lawyer through 2008 and 2009, admitted that
It's true. It's not your fault. It's really not.
Was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein in the early 90s by a Rothschild.
I was introduced to him by the lady in Lord Rothschild.
Wow. But, okay, well, we don't have proof that Epstein worked for Rothschild. Here's an email from Epstein over to Peter Thiel. Says, as you know, I represent the Rothschild family. Maybe only, represented a few of them. Maybe he didn't represent the whole family. Here's this wrinkly old pervert, Les Wexner, saying he represented the whole family.
Done personal work for the Rothschild family in France. He represented their whole family.
What? Okay, what am I supposed to do with this? Tag Howard Lutnick. I think that's what we could do because I believe he's a Mossad plant that's currently being seeded by the Rothschild family in a place precariously right next to Jeffrey Epstein. But all because he's his neighbor? He just maybe bought the home on Zillow. He didn't. He bought the home in 1998 from the Comet Trust, which was run by the son of the World Jewish Congress founder and World Zionist Foundation organizer. Also before that, it was owned by Jeffrey Epstein himself. Well, just because he owned it doesn't mean it was his house or anything like that, or ever lived there. Come on, Jeffrey Epstein would actually live there in 1992, starting right after things got serious with Ghislaine. So they would probably be shagging or doing whatever from 92 to 95 in that property before moving over into the other property, which will remain vacant for about 3 years before Jeffrey Epstein gets to pick his neighbor. It happens to be the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, who would profit off of 9/11, survive 9/11, and also then use Cantor Fitzgerald with his sons at the helm to profit off of the very tariff being shot down in the Supreme Court that he helped form. So you basically think Howard Lutnick is a really high-level crisis actor? Yeah, I thought of it that way. Yes, that's exactly what I think.
Watch this.
What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free Palestine.
It doesn't exist. You know what else doesn't exist? Statutory rape laws. For when you raped I mean dated, a high school kid when you were 40. You are a sick, pedophile fuck. Go Knicks.
Fuck the Knicks.
250,000 guns. Yes, 250,000 firearms were handed to Israeli settlers in less than 2 years. Israel is the only country in the world actively arming its civilian settler population on such a scale. This represents a nearly 15-fold increase compared to previous years. At the same time, settlement expansion across the occupied West Bank has continued unabated, including in Bedouin communities. Between 2023 and 2026 alone, more than 117 Palestinian Bedouin majority communities were subjected to full or partial forced displacement. These policies form part of a broader pattern of dispossession and forced displacement, bringing the situation closer to what many describe as ethnic cleansing. Raise your voice to help stop ethnic cleansing.
How do you feel about the war in Iran?
I'd say bomb the shit out of them and get it over
Bomb the shit. You don't want to say it too loud there, though.
with.
Wasn't the whole thing, though, no new wars?
It's
But freedom, though.
conflict. It's not a war.
Not a war.
It's a conflict.
Now, who
That's
says
a
conflict? I know Trump calls it a war.
Well, they say it's a conflict because a war would be you'd
Look at how
have to.
she's dressed.
You'd have to.
What an embarrassment. She decided when she looked in the mirror before she went out, she's like, this is what I want to present to the world.
Declare war.
Right.
He was not declare war.
Right, yes.
It's a conflict.
If you go illegally around it, you can have a war and call it a conflict.
Right, exactly.
I don't count this as a war.
What is
Even
it?
if you do count it, it's a necessary
Oh
war.
my
This
goodness!
is,
What in the
taking out
fucking
the
hell
trash.
is this
Have
shit?
we won the war? Are we winning the war?
Yes.
Are we-
Yes.
Which one?
The Iran war.
You're confident about this war?
I'm confident. Yes.
Once we win this war with Iran, where is Israel going to have us invade next?
That I can't answer. I don't know that.
She accepted the question, but she just didn't have the answer. She'll have to consult her handler.
You also said that data centers lower utility bills, not raise them. Do you still stand by that statement?
Yes, on balance, they are the biggest force we have right now to stop the rise of electricity prices and ultimately to drive them down. Yes.
What if I told you that I represent more data centers than any other member of Congress, and data centers have actually doubled our energy costs? What would you think of that?
I would. They've been developed.
A cat got your tongue?
Data centers in your area for a long time. So, but were data centers the driver of a doubling in the real cost of energy?
Yes.
I would say that.
And
I would
it's
say
going to
that's
continue
false.
to actually increase our energy costs. I can show you my utility bill, anywhere from 25% to 200% increases in our utility bills only because of data centers.
Just bear with me. I don't think you know where this is going, okay? I found out racism existed in 2014. Okay. When someone was rude to me, I thought they were an asshole, not racist. I got every job I interviewed for. I never felt limited. Then I went to college. A teacher told me I was disadvantaged. A room full of people nodded, so I started nodding too. A statistic is not a destiny. Nobody told me that. If you want to read the whole story, subscribe to my Substack. And of course, I decided to just, take a quick peek at her profile.
Proudly Jewish. Of course.
I didn't see it coming. I was like, what the fuck?
Well,
what the fuck?
well. Former IDF soldier, of course. It's probably not what she really looks like, too. It's catfishing. Have you ever wondered why is Chris Hedges apocalyptic? Well, wonder no longer.
Why am I so apocalyptic? Because we have all watched this live stream genocide, and it's just day by day, week by week, month by month, a complete repudiation of international law, of the Genocide Convention, of the UN Charter, of everything. Not only has it been a repudiation, but Western governments, especially our government, have sustained it. Israel ran out of munition stockpiles weeks into the genocide. And I think that it is tied to the breakdown of the climate. As the climate breaks down, and as you get people fleeing areas that have been devastated by the ecocide, you are watching the tools that have been used to subjugate and control the Palestinians being used on migrants, whether that's in Lesbos, whether that's on the Mexican border, Israeli drones, surveillance, ground sensors. And I think that in many ways the genocide in Gaza is a message. And the message is, we will build our climate fortresses and we will stop at nothing. I was kind of amazed that the BBC reporter said on air that what they were doing in southern Lebanon, and they were obliterating southern Lebanon, was the Gaza model. And Pankaj Mishra, who's a really, really great intellectual, he argues correctly that this is a seminal moment. There's no going back. There's no way after this genocide, and of course, much of it was a fiction.
Susie, don't leave. We love you. Who's
But at
being mean to you, Susie? I'll fight him.
At least it was a utopian ideal, the idea of a rules-based order. And you've seen what they've done to my friend Francesca Albanese, along with two ICC judges, the two judges who issued arrest warrants for the former defense minister Yoav Gallant and for Benjamin Netanyahu. They've been locked out of the world financial system, which, because the U.S. controls it, they can do. She can't use a credit card. She is not reimbursed for her medical bills. She can't book a hotel room in her name. That's the world where we're headed. I mean, you saw...
Welcome home, Squish. You did it. You survived capitalism another day.
Students here. Columbia removed Catherine Franke. I mean, this woman, if you know anything about law, she's one of the great constitutional lawyers in the United States, taught at Columbia Law School for 25 years. She lost her job because she dared speak up for the students who had formed the encampment at Columbia. Why am I so
Why am I so anti-Semitic? Well, let me count the ways. Oh, man. Wait, can we go back? That felt good. Yes. Sorry. I don't know what came over me. Oh, yes. Yes. It's sad we need to make AI videos that show actual social justice.
אמרתי, אזרחיה מרוכזים מציר מורד ודרומה.
That is great. Rip his head off. This is the world healing. Should be the next Bond movie, huh? A reality we failed to create, but we are the cowards. They are the ones who deserve to be honored and to live in peace. All right, Obi-Wan.
And finally, Julian, who do you consider to be your number one enemy?
Watch WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange reveals our biggest enemy and how misinformation spreads.
It is bad media. It really is my opinion that the media in general are so bad. We have to question whether the world wouldn't be better off without them altogether. There's some very, very fine journalists, and we work with many of them and some fine media organizations, but the vast majority are awful and are so distortive to how the world actually is, that the result is we see wars and we see corrupt governments continue on. One of the hopeful things that I've discovered is that nearly every war that has started in the past 50 years has been a result of media lies. The media could have stopped it if they had searched deep enough. If they hadn't reprinted government propaganda, they could have stopped it. But what does that mean? Well, that means basically populations don't like wars. And populations have to be fooled into wars. Populations don't...
But the banks love the war.
...willingly and with open eyes go into a war. So if we have a good media environment, then we'll also have a peaceful environment.
Wow, we made it through all the repos. That's amazing. Cup. Everyone with Norway, the joy Norway experienced at the end of the match. Oh, so Israel was defeated? I was just about to ask about this. That was my next question. Who is Israel playing in the World Cup? So, great news. Israel was defeated. I can't believe they even... I mean, I can believe, but they shouldn't be playing in the World Cup. And neither should the Americans. And Russia should be. Thank you. Norway. Let's see. Are there some highlights? Israel, Norway, FIFA. Oh, this was on October 2025. So did they not qualify? Is Israel playing in this World Cup? Oh, okay. Israel's not in the 26th FIFA World Cup because they suck ass. The national team was eliminated from the tournament. Good. Good, I say. It's great news. Al Jazeera. Let's see if there's any updates on the war.
Iran, Israel, and the Bomb. Episode 3, The Path to War, on Al Jazeera.
Okay. Guess not. They're on break.
Welcome back. We are joined today by Larry Johnson. Movements, not a deal, but
let's get an update on this deal.
But at least an agreement on a shared understanding and a plan to move forward. Given how far apart the sides are, this is quite remarkable. So, I was wondering, what is going on? What does this mean?
I'm fully empathetic with how you're feeling.
What video are you talking about, Saeed?
I was on Garland Nixon's podcast yesterday. I put on a neck brace. You know, the things that people when they have whiplash from a car accident. I put one of those on because it was symbolic of what we're going through. One moment Trump says he's going to quote bomb the shit out of Iran, and then the next moment he's like, "Hey, all we're saying is give peace a chance." You know, he goes from being Dr.
I thought I did
Strangelove
finish
to
that
becoming,
one.
John Lennon. And
Did I not finish it? I'm so sorry if I didn't. I thought that was the end. He did a little plug or something. I thought the video was over. Let's see. Where is it? The poop knife. That's right.
You know, I bet you were wondering, what is an Israeli poop knife? As we have even less control about
you're right. Yeah,
the shit that fundamentalist Jewish people get up to with their poop knives and their trifecta. And of course, if you go and check the comment sections on these videos, but I do have some good and somewhat surprising news. I managed to find an online company that is willing to print some of my more explicitly, extremely anti-Zionist merchandise. They've got t-shirts, mugs, hats, stickers, bumper stickers, hoodies, just in time for summer. The design that I'm probably the most proud of is my No More Wars for Israel shirt. Just, you know, gets right to the point, guys.
Just no more Israel.
These shirts are actually a really great way to strike up conversations with people in public. Since I started wearing this shirt to the grocery store and the gym, I've had no fewer than 6 different people come up and strike up friendly conversations with me. And I'm in Texas, one of the most rabid pro-Zionist states in the entire country. So if I can wear a shirt like this out in public and receive only positive feedback, I think that's probably a pretty good sign of the times. Anyways, folks, if you'd like to support the channel and also get your hands on some new swag and also maybe make some friends in your local community, go check it out. There's a link in the description and the pinned comment, and also a big shout out to Spreadshop for being super based about all of the designs that I uploaded. A quick shout out to the channel members. If you like what we're doing here, please consider signing up. It's just $1, and for that you get early access to the videos and a bunch of other cool perks that I'm periodically rolling out on there. Anyway, folks, again, sorry for interrupting.
Everybody's just so upset with me. I am so sorry. I don't even remember what you're talking about. Shame on me. Go ahead. Tell me I'm doing such a bad job.
Let's get back to the video.
The other thing you should do is hit the like and subscribe buttons on our boy Mr. Quigley's channel.
So why do I care so much about the goofy shit that fundamentalist Jewish people get up to with their poop knives and their wigs and whatnot? So what if they're just massive hypocrites that spend an absolutely unreasonable amount of time, effort, and energy circumventing and bypassing the laws that they imposed upon themselves? Like, you know, who gives a shit? Well, I care because this attitude of treating laws not as things to be honored or respected or recognizing them as generally being put in place to ensure the well-being of society at large, but instead seeing them as obstacles to be circumvented or exploited in some incredibly technical, hyper-specific way. This attitude, this cultural outlook, has very real-world consequences when it comes to how fundamentalist Jewish culture interacts with larger cultures and the laws of those cultures that these Jewish communities integrate themselves into. Basically, my thinking on it is this. If fundamentalist Jewish people are prone to playing games and circumventing the laws that were handed to them and imposed on them by the infinite creator of the universe, how much more likely are they to try and circumvent or exploit the laws that are imposed upon them by mortal men from outside of their culture? I'm reminded of the somewhat controversial video done by Tyler Oliveira, where he investigated the Lakewood Orthodox Jewish community in New Jersey. Tyler correctly pointed out that this Jewish community, among several others in the general vicinity of New York, have staggeringly high rates of welfare usage. More than half of the 135,000 residents of Lakewood are on Medicaid, and they have more than double the state average in terms of claimed poverty status, child and family benefits, and food stamps. And when these folks were confronted about their very clearly exploitative use of the welfare programs, their responses were generally something like this.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids? We live in a government that decides that if you have children, we're going to help you.
It's not welfare addicted. This is what it is. Welfare reliance, welfare dependent. What would be a better... Programs don't have it.
All right. That I have an obligation as a taxpayer to fund you and how many kids you want to have.
I'm arguing that if the law is set up to have certain criteria for people and it's according to children, then people who qualify for it, legally qualify for it, 100%. With no fraud at all, are entitled to get it. Anyways, we have the government makes criteria for getting financial aid. And if someone qualifies for that criteria, are you against having children, having a lot of children?
I'm pro-children. That's great. I think you should be able to afford it.
So I struggle to find the words to describe how hideous and odious this cultural outlook is. What we're seeing here is a conflation between that which is
so much.
Technically, legally permitted.
Thank you, Saeed. I appreciate the 50 gifted. You already cheered with 100,000 biddies. And then you've outdone yourself. Look at all these new subscribers. You're a damn gentleman and a scholar and a gem. Everybody clap for Saeed. He's the reason I'm still alive, guys, at this point, all right? I owe my life to this man. Thank you. Oh, Bunker Cat got a subscription. That's awesome.
And that which is morally right.
Wow.
In other words, from the perspective of this Orthodox Jewish community, as long as something is technically legally permitted...
Don't you talk about my mans like that, Thugbone.
It is therefore moral. No matter the consequences, no matter the harm that it might do to other people.
You know that, huh? You know that for sure? How do you know that? It was anonymous. How do we know it was Squish? Squish, was it you?
Never mind the fact that these welfare programs are ostensibly put into place to
Kitty boy
repurpose limited
heard the
state
fuss.
and
He's wondering
federal
what's
funding
going on
to
here.
take care of people who actually need help.
Say hello to Saeed,
Like the
kitty
elderly,
boy.
the sick,
Hype train
orphaned
started,
children,
kitty boy.
the most vulnerable members of society, and that by taking
Look
a
at that, kitty boy. You see
disproportionate
that?
amount of those very limited resources, you're not only harming
Now
those
you're going to be able to have
vulnerable
food.
communities of
That's right. I'm going to be able to feed you now. Better thank chat.
people, but you're also adding an additional burden to the entire working class of America whose taxes go to fund those programs. And you can see Tyler trying to appeal.
Look at this. It's another app. It's another episode of look at this face. Black and jobless. You see that? It's a new episode of Black and Jobless. True life. I'm a stay-at-home kitty boy.
To their morality in this video and calling it out as exploitative. But it's clear that the parameters of morality for this Orthodox Jewish community is informed by whatever they feel like they can get away with.
Thank you, Cocle.
Legally. Well, you know, we legally technically qualify, so I guess you'll just have to change the law somehow for us to stop. We're not going to be shamed into stopping. You're just going
you
to
hurt Saeed's feeling. Now he says, okay.
have to change the law to prevent us from doing this, which is also terrible because by changing those laws, by changing who is allowed to qualify for these kinds of benefits so as to prevent these communities from exploiting them, you would inevitably end up, as a consequence, remove the social safety net from many people who actually need it. Again, malicious compliance, abiding by the letter of the law while deliberately ignoring the spirit and intent of the law.
Most of the bad shit that's been done in the history of human societies was done legally.
So while I was editing this, I went to independently confirm and find screenshots of those statistics that Tyler
What the hell am I doing, Bergamot? I don't want to kill you. We're friends.
is referencing in this video, and
I would never.
It actually gets a lot worse. I found a consistent track record of members of the Jewish communities in New Jersey and New York committing actual massive welfare and tax fraud ranging back as 2014. I think it goes back further than that, but that was just the earliest date that I could find on a news article about it. And by the way, this is to the tune of millions and millions and millions of dollars over the years. And these are just the ones that were found out about.
Oh,
so
shit. Shots fired.
yeah, never mind. They're perfectly fine breaking the law as well, as it turns out. Also, I didn't know this either, but apparently there's also a very large and very rapidly growing
J-Jax,
ultra-Orthodox
thank you for the
community in
biddies.
Israel, and they're
I'm
doing
shaking my
basically the
titties.
same thing there. Apparently, most of the men are unemployed
That's
and
right.
just
I embarrassed myself for those biddies. Sure. I'll shame myself. I don't care.
spend all day navel gazing and reading the Torah. They're exploiting the welfare system. They refuse to participate in the mandatory military service for which they were given a religious exemption. And apparently, at least according to the articles that I read, a lot of secular Israelis consider these communities to be kind of parasitic. Like, how much of a mooch do you have to be for the Israeli
Secular
government to look at
Israelis.
you and say, hey, by the way, you're being too much of a mooch? Like... And this whole thing is especially gross because it means the American taxpayer is subsidizing yet another Orthodox Jewish community elsewhere in the world, in another country where we have even less.
How do bits work? They work by they're panty droppers. That's what they are.
Control about the money that goes to them. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. I just kind of thought that was funny, so I wanted to plug that in here. Let's get back to it. And it gets even worse when you apply this logic of malicious compliance to Israel and the way that it acts on the international stage. Like, I know that there are a lot of Jewish people that are anti-Zionist and that Israel doesn't therefore represent every single person.
I love when my cat jumps up on my lap and wants to hang out with me. It's like he misses me. Either that or he's just hungry and he knows that I'm his source of food. I can't tell. But I like to think that he actually likes my company. And he's here to be with his dad.
Who practices Judaism. I understand that. But Israel has put itself in a position to be the single largest manifestation of extremist, fundamentalist, Orthodox Jewish doctrine on the planet. And it constantly flaunts international law. It constantly commits war crimes and violates ceasefires and just completely disregards the intent behind things like, the Geneva Convention. It has absolutely no regard for the well-being of others. It has no accountability. It offers no apologies. It doesn't even seem capable of considering that anything it's doing might be morally wrong. And if you'd like examples of that, go back and check out my war crimes video. Again, the common thread running throughout all of the war crimes that they've committed for the past 100 years.
And just as you said that, Saeed, he jumps away. He's off to his kitty ways. Bye-bye, kitty boy. Thank you for those panty droppers. Raven's tongue, I appreciate that. 69 panties dropped officially.
They refuse to acknowledge any wrongdoing whatsoever because they're holding themselves to a different moral standard.
I think the easiest book to read between the Torah and the Talmud would be Mein Kampf.
Then basically the rest of the civilized world. And from...
It's just a joke. It's just a joke. Now the chatters are I offended some people probably in the chat, and they're calling it an Israeli airstrike.
My perspective, this attitude of malicious compliance is the clean line that can be drawn between, well, technically speaking, I can wipe my ass and have a hot cup of coffee on the Sabbath because I cut my toilet paper and boiled my water ahead of time. And, well,
that accent is very antiseptic.
Technically, I didn't violate international law when I detonated white phosphorus over densely populated civilian areas or bombed
Why is he talking like someone from Brooklyn? This is deeply anti-Semitic.
Thousands of children or starved hundreds of thousands more because, I don't know, the Holocaust is something. And yes, I did manage to connect the Israeli poop knife directly to Israeli war crimes. So, thank you very much. But this is the whole point I'm getting at. This is why it is seemingly impossible to appeal to the moral character of the average Zionist Israeli fundamentalist, because there is no moral character outside of their Judaic law.
Is that what technically the Talmud is? It's like the Jewish interpretation of like the Bible? Is that how we can think of the Talmud?
Talmud, their religious orthodoxy, and whatever those things allow them to technically do. Again, to reiterate, if they're willing to play games with and circumvent the laws that were imposed upon them by the creator of the universe himself, why would they not play games with and circumvent the laws that were imposed upon them by the international community? In conclusion. So look, I'm not saying that Orthodox Judaism is the only religion on the planet with weird, nitpicky rules or loopholes or any of that. One of my favorite counterexamples is that one time in the 16th century when the Vatican allowed the capybara to be classified as a fish because a bunch of Catholics really wanted to eat red meat during Lent. Like,
no
come
way.
on, guys.
Is that real?
Out of all the fucking animals, you had to pick the capybara, the most friend-shaped animal ever put on this earth? And when it comes to the welfare stuff, like, any system that can be exploited will be exploited by somebody, right? And Orthodox Jewish people are hardly the only group exploiting the American taxpayer to commit massive welfare fraud right now. However, they are the only ones that are exploiting the American taxpayer in order to commit a genocide.
He meant that sarcastically, right? He meant that sarcastically. He wasn't alleging that the Somalians are committing welfare fraud, was he?
So I think the moral imperative is a little stronger there. And the more that I come to understand about Jewish culture, and certainly fundamentalist Jewish culture, which I think has a disproportionate amount of representation and influence within the ethno-state of Israel, the less that I believe that any appeal to morality or common humanity is going to work in resolving this situation. To me, this is just further confirmation that we have to cut off their funding. Like, there's just no other way. We have to divest. We have to boycott. We have to cut off their supply. If it weren't for us and our funding of them, they wouldn't be able to do any of the evil stuff that they're doing. We need something in this country at the level of the civil rights movement or the Vietnam War protests, but specifically and explicitly for the purpose of cutting ties with Israel, financially, politically, militarily. That is the only thing that is going to have a meaningful impact at this point, I truly believe. And yes, that will be the subject of my next video. I am still working on it. When I saw that video clip, it sent me in a bit of a tailspin. I went deep into the rabbit hole. So anyway, if you like what we're doing here, please consider signing up for
the Jewish poop knife. Add that to the list of things that I did not know were Jewish, but are in fact. So that is Mr. Quigley on YouTube. Follow him. He does great work. Great explainer videos. And there's his link right there for his YouTube page. All right, so everything we wanted to know about the poop knife, we've figured out, but also you said that there was a bidet. Where's our bidet? Well, I guess that's why we need a bidet if we're Jewish and it's the Sabbath and we don't have our poop knife. That's where the bidet comes in. Okay. Well, might be time for us to part ways once again. I think we've gone through all the Goyslop. We've hit the 4-hour mark on the live stream. That's my usual goal for the day. It's Friday. It's not quite the Shabbat. No, wait. It's not quite... Yeah, the Sabbath, right? Shabbat Shalom. But that'll be tomorrow. So we got that looking ahead. And so get your poop knives ready. Thank you, Squish. Thanks for all your donations, as per usual. Thank you to Saeed for being a beast and supporting this stream as he does. And as all of you do, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate every like, every comment. I love this community. It is a good community. Pick a Jew Shlomo is absolutely 1,000% correct here. This is a great community. You guys are awesome. Give it up. Let's give it up for the chat. You're an all-star. MVP of the stream, no doubt. Thank you so much. Thank you to Lolo. Thank you, Thugbone. Thank you, Chairman Meow. Thank you, Valentine Bilby. Appreciate you. Vero Smitty, you as well. It did go by fast, I know. It did. I usually don't stream on the weekends, so I'll most likely see you Monday. Unless something, barring any unforeseen circumstances, if there's really pressing news, I might stream because I'd probably be just glued to the screen for updates anyway. That's true. It is already Shabbat in the Middle East, so go break every commandment. It's a Talmudic tradition. So love to you and to everyone. Right back at you, Saeed, and right back at you, chatters. Peace and love. My peace I give you. Have a great weekend, and I will see you on Monday for sure. Stay safe out there, all right? Shabbat Shalom, baby. All right, good night, everyone. Bye.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night. Good night. Buenos noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches.